Hi, Marie. You're good. We see you. I hear
Hi,
you.
thank you.
And may we live?
Great, thank you. So today is October 6th, 2021. The time is 7:11 p.m. I am calling to order the Baldwin Park City Council regular meeting. Is there anybody here who is able to do an invocation? Marie, would you like to lead us in an invocation?
Marie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you do the invocation for us, please?
I will try. I'm not that holy. Dear Lord, we ask for your blessings upon our council people, our police department, all our firemen, all those people are in need. Please bless them, allow them to make the right decision. We ask this in the name of the Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Marie. And at this point, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. City Manager, would you like to lead us?
Everyone, please rise, face the flag, place your right hand over your heart. Begin. Pledge allegiance to
Pledge allegiance
the flag of the
to
United
the
States,
United States of America.
to the republic, and one nation, under God, indivisible, justice for all.
Justice for all.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Council members Daniel Damian,
Here.
Councilmember Monica Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Paul Hernandez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Avila.
Here.
And Mayor Emanuel Estrada.
Here. And City Attorney, I believe we are not done with closed session yet, but is there anything we should report out now?
That is correct, Mayor. We have not completed our closed session. But I did want to report out that the council did adopt a new policy for collection of commercial cannabis fees, and that vote was unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I believe we have a tiny home update by the San Gabriel Regional Housing Trust and Volunteers of America, Los Angeles.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. On August 5th, the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust, in partnership with the city, selected Volunteers of America Los Angeles as the site operator for the Tiny Home Village Operations Service Plan provider. Volunteers of America is a nonprofit human services organization committed to serving people in need, strengthening families, and building communities. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Denise Orozco from Volunteers of America and Brielle Acevedo from Regional Housing Trust.
Good evening. My name is Denise Orozco. I'm Assistant Director of Homeless Services with Volunteers of America. I also have here with me my Assistant Program Manager, Monique Rodriguez, who's been working alongside me on this project. So today we are here I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having us to discuss the planning that we've been engaging with both the Regional Housing Trust, the COG, and Baldwin Park. With Baldwin Park, the city of Baldwin Park, on the operational planning for the opening of tiny homes. So we have been holding, currently we have been holding weekly meetings with all of the entities involved to discuss the development of the site operations plan. We have also been identifying and currently engaging service providers who will serve to support the participants in moving towards more long-term sustainable housing. Some of those entities would be the Regional Housing Trust, the COG, the City of Baldwin Park, of course, the Department of Mental Health, Union Station Homeless Services, House of Ruth, which provides domestic violence services, California Hispanic Commission on Substance Abuse, East Valley Health Clinic, the Baldwin Park Police Department, Goodwill to provide employment supportive services, and we are still working on determining mobile healthcare services as well as legal supportive services. Ideally, all of these entities will be a part of the Baldwin Park Tiny Homes Partnership. The proposed staffing for the Tiny Homes program is as follows. The Assistant Director of Homeless Services will provide ongoing project oversight, staff supervision, coordination of all services with partners, and ongoing reporting of all activities of the project. The program manager, excuse me, will be responsible for the day-to-day oversight of the program operation and all staff. The manager will be the point of contact to support staff outside of regular operation hours. The case manager will conduct all program intakes and exits. They'll provide ongoing case management as needed and will coordinate with participants, existing case managers, and housing navigators to connect participants to supportive services. Resident aides, excuse me, peer support monitors will provide support to residents using facilities and mediating the needs of participants during weekday, evening, and weekend hours. The custodians, of course, will be responsible for the overall site cleanliness and adherence to sanitation policies and procedures. In regard to program eligibility, the criteria is as follows. Individuals will be identified with a nexus to Baldwin Park through a screening tool. Individuals will be low barrier, low acuity individuals meeting homeless services criteria. They will have to be able to manage their ADLs. They must not be registered as a sex offender or have a history of violent crime. Referrals will be received and coordinated from the following points of entry. Through the City of Baldwin Park, of course, through Baldwin Park Police Department, through Volunteers of America's Baldwin Park Services Center, and our El Monte Access Center. In addition, through COG Contracted Housing Navigators and the CES system, which is run by Union Station.
Program intake and case management. Case managers will attempt to make contact with referred individuals within 24 hours of receipt of referral and will conduct an intake if deemed eligible within 48 hours of receipt of referral. All individuals will be entered into the HMIS system, Homeless Management Information System, once accepted into the program. Each client will then have a detailed file. Initial intake will consist of identification of needed resources and referrals to identified supportive services. Case managers will then meet with participants a minimum of 2 times per month. Intakes will be conducted Monday through Friday, between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Housing Stability and Service Plan. Case managers will ensure completion of a housing stability plan no later than 2 weeks post-program enrollment. A housing resource and/or provider must be identified at initial completion of housing stability plan. Housing stability plan document will be updated every 2 weeks following initial completion. Financial assistance planning documents will be completed no later than the 4th week of program enrollment. HMIS data collection and QA standards. Data to be collected and entered on a daily basis is as follows. Daily bed services, health services provided, other data collected, number of referrals made, utilization and tracking of supportive services, QA standards, ongoing quality assurance, compliance, and quality of data. Daily participation support includes meals, showers, and basic needs requests will be supported by all staff. Resident aides will deliver breakfast, lunch, and dinner on a daily basis to all participants. Resident aides will monitor the use of showers and restrooms. Staff will support adherence to daily outing hours, which are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Clients must be back on site by 8 p.m. daily. However, it will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis in terms of their employment hours. Safety and compliance. Staff will receive de-escalation training in order to serve and support both staff and participants. Peer support monitors will maintain overall site safety, ensuring all individuals are screened at each exit and reentry. Individuals who have been exited will not be permitted access to the site. Referrals will be made at time of exits that were a result of a behavioral disturbance. Shift exchange will take place between morning, swing, and overnight shifts. Ensure all staff are aware of any participant needs or occurrences that may have developed, and all occurrences will be documented within the shift exchange log. Staff will be trained in emergency response procedures, all safety compliance. For program exit policies, the goal of the program is to support the participant's successful move to a permanent housing situation within the first 3 months of program enrollment. All exits will be documented within the HMIS system within 24 hours. Incidents will be completed within 12 hours of any incidents and reporting to SGV, RHT, and city. Participants will be asked to sign rules and regulations upon entry, which outlines unacceptable behavior and grounds for participant separation from the program.
Thank you. Are there any questions for us in regard to the operations planning?
Thank you. So if staff or council has any comments or questions? No? Well, it sounds like we've been, like we're pretty clear on this. We're very excited for it to come into fruition. So thank you. Thank all of you and your staff for working on this. We're all excited about coming in and opening this up fairly soon.
I do have one question, Mayor. I'm sorry. Did we already start looking for residents for our tiny homes?
We did start identifying the referral system that they will come through. So we are going to begin looking for residents once we onboard all staff, which is in the next couple of weeks.
So we're scheduled to open November, correct? And we're making sure that we're contacting our homeless residents here in Baldwin Park. And our police department is helping with that. Do you know, Chief, how our police department is helping with that process?
I have not had any contact yet, but we'll make sure that we do.
Okay, so I would like to be part of that process if all possible when you start going around to talking to the individuals that may be interested. I would like to be invited to be part of that process.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are all my questions.
Great, thank you. And then, so just the final call, if council has any comments or concerns, now's the time. If not, we can move on. Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for being here today. Really appreciate it. Look
Very
forward
excited
to
for this
opening.
program. Thank you.
And then I believe we have our Senator Susan Rubio via Zoom for our proclamation of domestic violence. Senator, can you hear me?
You can't hear her.
Yes, I am here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm honored to be here with all of you.
Great, thank you. And so I'm going to read this proclamation. It's the Baldwin Park City Council proclamation, National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2021. Whereas domestic violence is a major public concern for our state and nation and is now the single largest cause of injury to women. And whereas domestic violence affects people of all ages, racial, socioeconomic, educational, religious, and occupational segments of our society, especially children. And whereas children from violent homes are physically abused or seriously neglected at a rate significantly higher than the national average and have a greater risk of alcohol, drug abuse, juvenile delinquency, cognitive and development problems, as well as fear, anxiety, and guilt. And whereas domestic violence is not a private family matter, but a crime, the consequences of which reach the devastating effect on the communities, schools, and workplaces of our nation. And whereas public awareness and education about domestic violence are needed, as well as uniform efforts on the part of government, health professionals, law enforcement, religious organizations, educators, and community associations to address domestic violence through prevention, intervention, and treatment for victims and perpetrators. Now, therefore, I, Emmanuel J. Estrada, Mayor of the City of Baldwin Park, along with Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Avila, Council members Daniel Damian, Monica Garcia, Paul C. Hernandez, City Treasurer Maria Contreras, and City Clerk Marlene Garcia do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge our citizens to recognize and assist all those that serve the rights and needs of victims and work together to eliminate domestic violence from our community, state, and nation. And Senator, I figured that there was no better person than to receive this proclamation than our very own senator who comes from the city of Baldwin Park and has served the city of Baldwin Park and who has championed fighting domestic violence at the state level. And one of the things I'm most grateful for is your fight to represent homeless women, which we know are one of the most vulnerable groups when it comes to violence. Many women in studies have stated that one of the reasons they don't leave abusive situations is the inability to find a permanent residence elsewhere. And when they take that risk, unfortunately, they are susceptible to sexual, emotional, and physical abuse. And I personally am grateful that you've brought that to light. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And if I may just say, it is an honor to be here, especially that Baldwin Park is my home, and especially on Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I would like to share just very briefly, if I may, a couple of legislations that are moving through the process. One that is on the governor's desk waiting his signature will allow victims to testify remotely, so they don't have to be in the same room in court with their perpetrators, as well as also petition for a domestic violence restraining order via phone or the internet. We also have another piece of legislation that allows also children to be separated when there's custody battles and there's domestic violence involved in the home, so the child doesn't have to choose one parent or the other and is able to testify with confidence and really speak his truth. The other piece of legislation that we're working on, actually, it just got signed by the governor, and we're very happy about that, is reproductive coercion, and that is forcing intimate partners to either have a child or have an abortion, and that's critically important. We know that some of our laws that protect women are being challenged, and I think that's something that needed to be done. So I'm very grateful for the time here. Lastly, I'll share that my SB 1141, which includes psychological abuse as part of supporting evidence in court, now has been replicated across many states and over 4 countries. And so I'm really honored that they're taking my lead and copying my legislation. So thank you for this time, and thank you to the entire council. And it's just great to see all of you.
Thank you. And thank you for representing us. And of course, this very important issue at the state level and showing others what can be possible.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. And again, I hope to be there soon, one day, to see all of you in person. I know right now we have some challenges, but I hope everyone is well, and I wish you all a really good evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. We're very proud of you and happy to have you in our district and in our city, of course.
Thank you.
And then we'll make sure we mail out this proclamation to you, your office.
Thank you so very much. So I'll excuse myself and have a great evening. Thank you so
thank
much.
you. I actually see Danica here. I didn't
Yes.
see
Hello,
you.
Mayor. Yes, so I didn't want to steal the limelight from Senator herself, but I will go ahead and make sure that proclamation makes its way to the senator, so you can entrust that with me.
Yes. Would you like to come up here? We can take a nice picture.
Sure, of course. Thank you.
Maybe by the projector so Senator comes out.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, were you really? Okay. I was. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Danica, and thank you so very much to the council, as I stated, and I hope everyone enjoys a good evening, and I hope to see all of you very soon.
Maria, would you take a picture, please?
He wants hers too.
Oh, if possible.
Yes, of course. Just give it a second.
Can I get, oh,
Put it up there. Maria will get it.
Maria, can I give you my phone as well too? Thank you so much. You again.
Thank you.
Oh,
Wait, one more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danica.
And next we have a proclamation for breast cancer awareness. And we will be presenting this to Cynthia Espinoza, our community service officer. And so National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2021. Whereas October 2021 is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we honor all those who lost their lives to breast cancer and recognize the brave survivors who are still fighting the disease. And every year, too many Americans are touched by the pain and hardship caused by breast cancer. Hundreds of thousands of Americans will be diagnosed, and tens of thousands will lose their battle with this disease. And critical research efforts over the years have yielded great progress in how breast cancer is diagnosed and treated, which has produced a steady increase in survival rates. And whereas we stand in solidarity and proudly display across America the bold pink ribbons to confirm our support and our commitment to raising awareness of this disease. And whereas we give thanks to the medical professionals, countless advocates, researchers, and caregivers who dedicate their lives to fighting for a world without breast cancer. Now, therefore, I, Emmanuel J. Estrada, Mayor of the City of Baldwin Park, along with Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Avila, Council members Daniel Damian, Monica Garcia, Paul C. Hernandez, City Treasurer Maria A. Contreras, and City Clerk Marlene Garcia, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month and urge our citizens to recognize and assist all those that put together fundraisers and serve the needs of every American that suffers from this disease to help eliminate breast cancer from our community, state, and nation.
Well, thank you. Good evening. How are you? Well, thank you for this proclamation. And I obviously want to tell everybody that we are raising money for it. We take a lot of pride in it. You'll see a lot of our officers wearing our patches this year. We kind of got creative and we did something different. So we're going to be selling it. We have the patch and we also have masks and we have bottle openers and then we have some keychains. So if you guys are all interested, you guys could come to the police department and purchase those. And remember, all proceeds go to City of Hope. So far we've been doing this for about 2 weeks already, and we already have about $700, which is good, and being that it's not the end of the month yet. So thank you again for the support. It means a lot to us. We've been doing this for a few years, and like I said, it's honored to be wearing these patches here at the City of Baldwin Park. So thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you all for all you do. Cynthia, if you'd like to come up here to receive the proclamation and take a nice picture. And
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, and then all of our officers with the pink patch so we can show them off.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much, Cynthia. And, this is very important, not only to our department, but also for members in the community. This is something that's touched, unfortunately, too many lives of our residents. So again, thank you for the awareness, the promotion. And I put this as a challenge to all of my council members and staff. Sign me up for, definitely a bottle opener
Okay.
and a patch for sure. And I'd ask for each of my colleagues to do the same or whatever they wish to do in this endeavor. Thank you.
And then
Yeah.
just really, really quick on another note too, we're going to be actually doing an event for the Pink Patch along with one of our businesses here too. As soon as we get that information and the date and all that, I'll go ahead and start letting you guys know too. So of course, the more, you guys are there, the better. So come out and support us.
Mayor?
Yes. And then just for the record, I was the first customer. Isn't that right, Cynthia?
Excuse me?
I said I was the first customer. I'm actually wearing the mask
Oh,
today.
yes, he was.
Mayor?
And the other thing too, I noticed your tie.
Yes, yeah.
And
And I
your
am
tie
wearing
too.
the
Yeah.
pink tie. So
Mayor,
Thank you, Karen.
I also want to thank Cynthia and the police department for all the work they do, not only for Cancer Awareness Month, but all the events that you do for our city to benefit the community. But this event is always a huge event, and I really appreciate everything that you do for the community, for the cancer community. Unfortunately, like you said, too many people are touched by this, and this is one of the ways that we can help. And I did have a question. So everybody knows how much to bring when they come and order their patches and their masks, so
Okay.
they can have their cash on hand.
Yes.
And count me in, I would like to purchase a few of the masks.
Okay, so the patches are $10. The bottle openers are 20, the masks are 8, and then we have these really cute keychains. Those are $8.
Okay.
So
And Councilmember Hernandez wants 2 bottle openers.
I'll be sending you guys all an email because I'm gonna forget by the time I get there. So
Okay.
I'll remind myself tomorrow to
Thank
ask
you.
you guys. So thank you again for the support.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
and thank you to all the police department.
Mayor, Mayor, can you hear me? Donnie, can you hear me? Councilmember Damian?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think you can just go ahead and, they might be able to hear you.
In the chambers?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and speak.
Okay. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I also wanted to take the opportunity to recognize Cynthia Espinoza for being our domestic violence advocate here in the city of Baldwin Park and leading a program that provides services, advocacy, and just resources to victims of domestic violence. And if you want to speak a little bit on that program and all the lives that it has impacted, but I just wanted to recognize Cynthia. I think it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't recognize her, especially as we're doing the proclamation for domestic violence awareness.
Well, thank you, Monica, and I really appreciate that. And you know that it's something really important for me as well to be able to have that program here within our city. We every day, there's somebody that we have to help, and it's like I said, it's an honor for me to be able to do that with the support of you guys. We obviously have this program, so I can't tell you enough. I guess it's one of those things where I just we take so much pride in it because we just help out in different ways. I can't go down the list of telling you right now everything that we do because every case is different. So everybody that walks in there just needs our support. And for me, it's really important to be able to do that. And I think it's really important for people to understand why it's so important for me is that I myself was a victim of domestic violence. So that's why I take so much pride in it. And it's something that I feel that should be recognized in our city, that the police department and again, with the city, we do this, because if it wasn't for the connections that we have and the partnerships that we have, not only with the different organizations out there, but our support from our chief and our captains and our lieutenants and sergeants, officers, and you guys, these programs wouldn't be able to be so successful if I didn't have that support. So thank you. Thank you, Monica, for the support. And you guys know that I did something that I definitely put my heart to. So we'll have this program as long as you guys need it. So thank you.
Thank you.
for your-
Thank you,
Thank you
Cynthia.
for your work there.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, Councilmember Damian.
before Cynthia leaves us, first of all, I want to thank also Senator Susan Rubio for being a champion up in Sacramento with domestic violence, among other things that she's been working on. But I also do want to thank Cynthia Espinoza, because I know she's a huge advocate, like Councilmember Garcia said, regarding our domestic violence, among many other things that she does with the police department, community relations, being the liaison with our community, our business owners, and now this challenge that she does every single year with the breast cancer awareness and raising funds for City of Hope. Just want to say thank you, Cynthia, and to the department for bringing this forward. And just want to encourage the community to please support in any way you can. You know, the bottle openers, yeah, they're $20, but let me tell you, they're really, really great bottle openers. They're very well made. So you're not going to be disappointed when you're opening your beverage of choice. But just wanted to say thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate all the work that you do for us.
Thank you, and you guys are welcome. And again, if it wasn't for the support, we wouldn't be able to do any of this. So thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
this is Veronica. Hi, this is Veronica Lopez. How are you?
good. How are you,
If
Veronica?
I may,
Yes, go ahead.
good evening, Mayor Estrada, Mayor Pro Tem Avila, council members, staff, and community. I too, on behalf of Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, would like to say thank you to Cynthia for her ongoing dedication, not just to being, and the police department as well, for their complete dedication to breast cancer awareness and fundraising for research. But most important too, yes, we would like to thank Cynthia as Assemblywoman Rubio. She is chair of the committee as a select committee on domestic violence in the assembly. And with sincere gratitude, we thank Cynthia and each and every one of the officers for their dedication in domestic violence as well. So thank you so much to everyone, to the city, for your ongoing support of your police department and for their endeavors that they do for the community. That is something that we would definitely like to thank you on. Again, Cynthia, you are a rock there in the city, and we thank you for all your dedication that you provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those kind words. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's an honor to be hearing all these good things. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
So at this moment, I will open up public communications. City Clerk, do you have some postcards?
Yes, Mayor. First speaker is Catherine Lozer.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. Honorable Mayor, council members, community partners, and fellow community members. I'm very happy to announce that starting this week, the LA County Library is starting to resume some of our in-person programs, including at select libraries, including Baldwin Park. We will be starting a weekly preschool age program. It's Smarty Pants Storytime starting tomorrow. Because of safety protocols, our space is limited and advanced registration is required, but we're very excited to be able to see our little ones come back to the library. And then I also wanted to take a moment. So while we do have in-person service and people can come in and check out books and movies, newspapers, magazines, and more, we do still have our digital library, including Overdrive Libby to check out ebooks and e-audiobooks. We also have Freegal and Hoopla for music you can stream and download online. We also have Canopy and again Hoopla if you want to watch movies or documentaries. And Overdrive has bought out RB Digital, so you can get magazines on both Overdrive and with Press Reader, you can get magazines and newspapers. And with the newspapers, they do have LA Times, La Opinion, they have World Journal. Thank you so much. They don't have San Gabriel Valley Times, but we will resume our subscription at the Baldwin Park Library. So you can come in and see us for that one. But all you need to check out these materials is a library card. You can do that in person, and you can also do that still remotely with a digital card online. And we are at the library Tuesday through Saturday. If you need any assistance, or stop in or give us a call at 626-962-6947. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next is Luis Mireles, Roberto Ramirez, Julio Cesar Villalobos. They would like to speak on providing field/park to our youth for sports, particularly soccer.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Luis Mireles. This is Robert Ramirez, Julio Cesar Villalobos. And the reason why we're here today is basically we have a small soccer team in the city of Baldwin Park, which basically have all youth from the city. And we're kind of been bouncing around trying to locate fields to provide coachings to these kids. All that we do is we give our time, and there's no benefit. This is not an actual club. We have kids from 2010, 2008, and we're just looking to see if we can get some assistance from the city of Baldwin Park to provide a field where our kids can, enjoy the sport, keeping them off the streets, giving them something to do. Like I said, Robert and I, we dedicate our time to these kids, and we're just looking forward to see if we can get some help from you guys. And I see there's a lot of programs that are being provided for other stuff. I mean, we're asking for minimal stuff. 2 hours, Tuesdays, Thursdays. And it's just everywhere we've gone, we've kind of hit a rock or a hard spot, and it just goes there. It goes nowhere pretty much. I know a lot of people here. I know I graduated with Monica Garcia. I'm sure I don't know if she remembers me, but I've lived here in the city of Baldwin Park for over 40 years. Robert has been here for possibly 52 years, and he's been here for 30 years. So all we're doing here is providing for our youth. Well, I have two of my kids. One of my kids, he's a 2010 boy, and his son, 2009. And then I have a young boy who's 6 years old, who was also involved in the city league, but we just don't have anywhere to train these kids. My focus is to keep our youth off the street, occupied, doing something that's going to be beneficial to everybody and for the future of the city of Baldwin Park, because that's who basically we're working with, the future. And I think that if we keep them busy, occupied, and away from bad habits, which we know what comes after that, and I think we're doing our part. And by getting some of the focus and help from you guys, the city people, city members, city council here, you guys would be helping our youth as well. And I know, gotta touch on this, Monica Garcia, she is also an advocate of providing
Your time is up.
our
sorry.
youth. Okay.
Well, the others can speak.
I have, my name is Robert Ramirez. I live in Baldwin Park for 1969. I own the house for 1975, and over here I have a little problems. Yesterday over here in the Morgan Park, I have about 20 kids. I have the ID, so all kids live in Baldwin Park. And somebody come from Azusa, he say he paid for turn the electricity on in the park, and I tried to pull me out. And I had a little problem yesterday. That's the reason I come over here to ask for your help. All the parents, almost 50% of the parents, he own the houses. Everybody pay taxes. And I need space. I have kids for 12 and 13 years old. I need space for play. And that's why I'll be here to, do something for us. These kids I have when they have 5 years old. I have 68 years old and I have a son. I had daughter for 13 years and my son had 12 years. And that's why I spend the time to help my kids, keep you away from the streets. And I try to give you a better life. Please, think about it. The ideas is right here, so you want to see. And so I want to know. It's not fair to somebody from outside who had money to pay the electricity and try to take him out, my kids out of the field. I play in the east side of Morgan Park in a little section right there with no lights. I use it, the regular lights, use it for the people walking over there. That's all I needed. But really I needed something space for the kids. I think say everybody have a kids. And I say, I have these kids for when you have 5 years old. I play all the time in Sierra Vista. And if you're over there for when the COVID-19 come, all the schools close. And I come over here to do, to practice. I look in the Morgan Park. Or you guys decided to use it for coronavirus or whatever, the chats within in the Morgan Park. And I use our space. And I don't have any place to play. And I go over there, City Arwindale, I use the field in Arwindale. And I asked for a police department over there to give me a chance to play. I have a kids, I explained the problem. He said, that's fine, use our field. It's right there next to the police department in Arwindale. But when you guys done over here in Baldwin Park, I go back again and still playing there. And somebody tried to take him out yesterday. That's all I want to know. I say, please, I need your help. I have
Sorry,
20
your
kids
time
right
is
here.
up. Thank you.
Anybody want to see the IDs?
Is Maria here? Maria, can you get their information, please? You can talk to Maria in the back.
My name is Julio Cesar Villalobos. I've been living in Baldwin Park for 30 years. My son is going to be 10 years next year. So I'm taking my son every three days a week to the park for 9 years. Since he was born, he was 2 months, and I take it in that stroller and everything. I just walk in on the street to go back in the park. And yesterday, what happened, I think we have the rights to have a park to play. Okay? It's not first somebody come and they say that they rented the park and they're gonna kick us. I have my son, and I was looking for a place for people to help me to put my son playing in something. And he started loving the soccer ball, and they give me the chance to play with them. And I take my son Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I live in an apartment. It's too small for me. And for my son, the best place to go to the park. And that's not fair to somebody come until they have a permit. One day I want to celebrate my son's birthday, the first time that I'm gonna celebrate. And I went to the Baldwin Park to the park, and I rented for a special event to make my son's party. And that happened 3 days before it's gonna be 3 days after they closed the park for the pandemic. I never celebrate something for my son, and he loves to go to the park. And I take my son to the park. If I can take it every day, I'll take it every day. But I think we have the rights to have a park, and it's for the community, not for somebody else to come and rent it for months. I think it's fair to rent it for one special event, but not they come, they rent it for months, for 3 months, and they're gonna kick us. That's all what I say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And you shared your contact information with Maria?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Arturo Luna.
Hello, City Council, Baldwin Park residents. I'd like to know why we have so many vendors all over the place. I hope the city's making money off of this. I don't think they are. I think they're losing money. But if I was a businessman, I think I'd sue you people, all of you, a whole bunch of you. You know why? You make those businesses buy a permit to exist. All these vendors that are all over the place, are they paying a permit? Or you and the lawyer say they don't have to? I know you ain't going to answer me because then people will say, you guys are wrong. If you can't run the city like it's supposed to run, pack your stuff and leave, and we'll put somebody else up there. Mayor, how can you tell somebody in this organization, take it easy with those people? That's not your job. I know he thinks so, but it's not. Your job is to enforce all the rules, regulations, laws in this country, in this city, in this state. If you can't do that, get on your little boat, travel wherever you want to go. Don't you think you're wrong? We have code enforcers. I haven't seen one down my street yet. I tell myself, you guys are supposed to be for the better of this city. Well, let me tell you, you got a big F in front of all of your faces. We thought by putting somebody else in there would make a change. But being that the guy on your left runs the city and nobody else does, you get income from him, you get income from it, you get income from him. I don't know about you because they haven't heard or said anything. But I think you people got to get on the right horse. If you can't abide by the regulations, the city, and all the stuff that goes on in this city, get up in your boat and leave. Somebody else might do better. Don't you think? Think about it. This lady raised our taxes. I told you guys not to do that. I asked you, I should say. You did it anyway. You don't care. Is this a high income city? I know you're thinking he doesn't know what high income means. Well, I tell you, you guys, you're flunking. Big F, all of you.
Sorry, your time is up.
The whole bunch of you.
Sorry, your time is up.
Sorry, I gotta take more time.
Estela Mata. Estela Mata.
Good evening, Mayor Emanuel Estrada and members of City Council. My name is Estela Mata. I have been a resident of the Baldwin Park, California for over 42 years. I'm president of Looms for Lupus, a nonprofit organization that supports and advocates for those living with lupus, an autoimmune condition, and other overlapping conditions such as fibromyalgia and mental health, to those individuals living with these conditions, their loved ones, and caregivers. As a Baldwin Park resident, a healthcare advocate, and youth mental health first aider, I'm here today to support the Breathe Free Baldwin Park Coalition and dedicated support of item number 20 of tonight's agenda, a notice of consideration of the ordinance to ban flavored tobacco products. All tobacco products, including flavored tobacco, are dangerous to one's health. According to the CDC, smoking can lead to disease, disability, and harms every organ of the body. Smoking harms the immune system. The immune system is how the body protects itself from any infection or diseases. Smoking increases the risk of autoimmune disorders, which are conditions such as rheumatoid arthritis, systemic lupus erythematosus, that are caused when the immune system attacks itself and may trigger swelling and pain in joints and the body. Flavored tobacco plays a significant role in enticing youth. According to the CDC, mental health and restricting or banning flavored tobacco would have a significant public health benefit overall. There is a strong relationship between smoking and depression, anxiety and stress. Anxiety and depression are two of the most commonly diagnosed disorders in children. More than 10% of children, approximately 6.3 million children ages 3 to 17 have been diagnosed with anxiety and depression. Now more than ever, our children, our youth need our help. I believe that as a community, we must implement strategies that support overall physical and mental health for our youth and help prevent drug use and/or enticing of drug use, such as flavored tobacco. I'm here in strong support of item number 20 of tonight's agenda. I leave you with a question. Will you join us and help reduce the risk of autoimmune conditions such as rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, and mental illness? Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope that as a community leaders, we act and help protect our children, our youth, and our community as a whole. Thank you.
Primo Castro.
Mayor, Council, Primo Castro with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, in strong support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but also as the nation leading, cancer advocacy organization with a mission to reduce the incidence, death, and suffering caused by cancer. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network would like to make it clear that ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions is a crucial step to reduce the burden of cancer. Tobacco use is still the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in this country. In fact, tobacco addiction leads to a third of all cancer deaths in California and the nation. Smoking increases the risk of not only lung cancer, but at least a dozen other types of cancer. Big tobacco is deliberately setting our kids up for a grim future, enticing our youth with Jamaica, horchata, and other candy and fruit flavored tobacco products. Research shows that flavors drive the unprecedented increase in youth tobacco uptake, with over 80% of youth who have ever tried tobacco starting with a flavored product. The tobacco industry is well aware that 95% of people who smoke started before the age of 21, and that youth who use e-cigarettes are 4 times more likely to start smoking traditional cigarettes than peers who don't use these devices. And that's why big tobacco shamelessly targeting kids as well. As lower income Black and Brown and LGBTQ plus communities, which has resulted in a disproportionate use of menthol products by these communities and a disproportionate cancer burden. Cancer, heart disease, and strokes, all of which can be caused by smoking, are among the top 5 causes of death among Latinos and Asian American, API in our communities. In order to help reduce these health disparities and protect Los Angeles kids from tobacco addiction and tobacco-related disease, it's imperative that our council members swiftly approve and adopt a strong, comprehensive ordinance that ends the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol, cigarettes, e-cigarettes, cigars, and flavored shisha. We respectfully request that you please vote aye on item number 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Ruedas.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Emmanuel Estrada and members of the City Council. My name is Julia Ruedas. I'm a policy analyst for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center Foundation, serving as the Community Engagement Coordinator on the subcontract of the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health Tobacco Control and Prevention Program. We're excited to be here tonight, especially given that October is Healthy Lung Month, an opportunity to inform and educate on the importance of protecting our lungs against many diseases, including vaping. This evening, I'm joined by coalition members from the Breathe Free Baldwin Park Coalition, working locally as a part of the Tobacco Control and Prevention Program, who have been focused on educating and informing the community of Baldwin Park on the health impacts from the use of flavored tobacco. Part of their strategy has been to create education opportunities and programs to improve awareness about the dangers of addiction, decrease youth vaping, as well as creating healthy environments to reduce youth access to flavored tobacco. Through conversations with parents, community members, and youth, we have learned their concerns on the rising numbers of youth using vaping products and the misinformation which plays down the severity of vaping and the detrimental health effects it has. We are here this evening to be a resource in regards to item number 20 on tonight's agenda, first reading of ordinance number 1463, prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products. Tonight, we are here to provide answers to any questions with regarding to community-based efforts and concerns about vaping that has been deemed an epidemic by the U.S. Surgeon General. As California youth tobacco usage is increasing, where 1 in 10 Los Angeles County high school students say they are current cigarette users. Our efforts have allowed us to connect with public health experts across the state, of which are here, some of them are here tonight, to learn from best practices and model ordinances to address flavored tobacco. Given to COVID, our Breathe-Free Baldwin Park youth members were not able to attend this evening, but have provided written statements to share their concerns and perspectives about vaping in their community. We are here to educate and inform the city of Baldwin Park, interested in creating long and short-term solutions to reduce youth access to flavored tobacco, reduce the exposure to secondhand smoke, and increase access to mental health and smoking cessation resources. We appreciate your time this evening. We're thankful to staff and very grateful for the opportunity to coordinate resources from the Department of Public Health, as well as Public Health Law Center, with staff in preparation for the proposed ordinance. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to your continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Carrillo.
Buenas noches, honorable alcalde Estrada y miembros del Concilio de Baldwin Park.
Señora Carrillo, le vamos a pedir a la intérprete que repita lo que usted diga. ¿O lo va a decir en inglés también?
No.
No? Okay. So the interpreter, please, are you ready?
I'll interpret here simultaneous.
Okay, siga.
Mi nombre es María Carrillo. Soy residente de esta ciudad por 15 años y pertenezco a la coalición Respirar Libre de Baldwin Park. Yo he estado involucrada en proyectos para calles seguras y miembros de padres patrullas en la preparatoria Baldwin Park. En comité de padres con proyectos de salud y seguridad, especialmente con información y educación sobre drogas y adicción, siempre con la misión de ayudar y de informar a los jóvenes con recursos. Estoy aquí esta noche para compartirles un poco sobre mi historia personal. He dedicado mi vida para ayudar a los jóvenes de diferentes comunidades. Mi objetivo siempre ha sido obtener recursos por parte de organizaciones para ayudar a los jóvenes con la prevención y rescatarlos de adicciones.
Interpreter, are you there? Le vamos a llamar a la intérprete.
Yubia, the interpreter is trying to render, says that.
Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to gain access to the audio. I was able to capture maybe 2 minutes, or maybe I'm sorry. I'm just going to go ahead and render, and I will ask the person speaking to go back to whatever that is that I missed. I apologize. I was having issues. My name is Maria Carrillo. I've been a resident of Baldwin Park for the last 15 years. I am a member of the coalition Respirar Libre. I've also been in different committees around keeping safe streets and and also part of different committees around safety and health. Our mission primarily is to bring awareness and bring information to the youth. Señora, perdóneme, lo último que le escuché fue que la misión era traer información a los jóvenes. ¿Puede continuar desde esa parte, por favor?
En esta ocasión, estoy preocupada por la grave situación que pasan los jóvenes, no solo de nuestra comunidad, sino a nivel mundial. Durante mi involucramiento con la coalición Respirar Libre, he podido informarme sobre soluciones para ayudar a los jóvenes con adicción al tabaco con sabor e información para nosotros los padres de familia y ser una persona que los jóvenes puedan sentir confianza y apoyo. Es por eso y humildemente me enorgullece que me llamen abuelita aquí en mi comunidad.
Un momento, por favor. In this very moment, I am very concerned about the very grave situation that kids are going through right now, not only here in my community, but nationwide. My focus has been to find solutions to stop the sale of flavored tobacco. And my focus is to bring this information to the youth, but also to inform other parents. Adelante.
Estudios han comprobado que por 6 años consecutivos, los cigarrillos electrónicos fueron el producto de tabaco más común usados por estudiantes de preparatoria. Es una verdadera desgracia que la juventud se esté convirtiendo cada vez y sea expuesta al tabaco, incluyendo los cigarrillos electrónicos. Esto es justo e inseguro.
Interpreter, we can't hear you. Interpreter, we can't hear you.
Lluvia,
Un momento, por favor.
sorry, our interpreter lost
Interpreter, are you there?
connection.
She might rejoin again, so give her a second.
Yeah, the interpreter was not able to take that the message, the last part. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Backup interpreter, we can't hear you. Can you speak up louder, please?
No, we're saying that this backup interpreter was interpreting simultaneously to Spanish for the Spanish line, and this interpreter could not render that message unless it's repeated.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. You're very faint, so. Vamos a bajar a interpretarle.
Voy aquí. Oh. Esto fue lo que no. ¿Quiere que lo repita?
Studies have shown that for 6 consecutive years, the electronic cigars have been a product most used of the tobacco product most used by students. This is a tragedy as our youth has become each and every day more exposed to tobacco, including electronic cigars. This is very unfair and unsafe.
Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para agradecerle al señor alcalde Emmanuel Estrada y los miembros del concilio por su compromiso al prevenir que los jóvenes usen productos dañinos como los cigarrillos electrónicos, el tabaco con sabor y al desarrollar pólizas que puedan realizar este
Señora,
objetivo.
disculpe señora, vamos a pararla ahí para poder interpretarle, porque le estamos
I
interpretando.
would like to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Emmanuel Estrada and the members of the council for their support and their commitment in preventing youth use these dangerous products like the electronic cigars, tobacco flavored, and to advance a policy that can realize these objectives.
Ya es tiempo de que nuestros jóvenes y comunidad se sientan apoyados y protegidos. Por esta razón estoy aquí esta noche y firmemente apoyo el artículo número 20 de la agenda de hoy y recomiendo a nuestro liderazgo de Baldwin Park que se convierta en una ciudad modelo a seguir para otras ciudades al proteger a los jóvenes de los productos del tabaco con sabor. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
It's time that our youth and the community feel protected and supported. For that reason, I am here tonight to firmly support agenda item number 20, the recommendation and the recommendation from our leadership of Baldwin Park so that they become a model to follow the other cities to protect our youth against tobacco products. Thank you for your time.
Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. The next speaker will also need an interpreter, Alicia Escalante.
Before we get started, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is the interpreter. Interpreter would like to request if we could do it in short phrases, please. Phrase at a time.
Our deputy
And
city clerk
this-
is going to interpret. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, honorable señor alcalde y miembros del concilio de Baldwin Park. Mi nombre es Alicia Escalante. Soy residente de esta ciudad por 20 años y pertenezco a la coalición Respirar Libre de Baldwin Park. Yo he estado involucrada en comités del Distrito Escolar de Padres y en la ciudad con proyectos de salud, calles seguras y derechos de inmigración. Esta noche quiero compartirles mi preocupación por el bienestar de mis hijos y de todos los jóvenes de nuestra comunidad. El vapeo es una epidemia que se tiene que detener, encontrando soluciones viables. A mí me gustaría que nos ayuden enfocándose en la salud mental, porque nuestros niños y jóvenes deben estar saludables, ya que esto les beneficia en su vida en general. El acceso y oportunidades a recursos de salud mental, apoyo el éxito en las vidas de nuestros futuros líderes. Estudios recientes en la salud mental han comprobado que el vapeo de los jóvenes tiene impactos negativos y efectos secundarios en la salud y bienestar de nuestros jóvenes, ya que esto les perjudica controlar sus impulsos, especialmente cuando su cerebro no ha sido completamente desarrollado. Varios son los riesgos que incluyen trastornos de estado de ánimo, daños permanentes en partes del cerebro, responsables por la retención de la memoria, sus emociones y el pensamiento crítico. ¿Sabían ustedes que las personas con algún tipo de daño mental consumen un 40% más anualmente? Personas con alguna condición asociada con la salud mental son lo doble más a intentar los cigarrillos electrónicos
y específicamente los estudiantes que consumen el vapeo han reportado tener un gran bajo estima. Quiero aprovechar este momento para darle las gracias por su apoyo, ya que el mes de agosto la ciudad implementó la primera feria anual sobre la precaución de la salud mental. Gracias por la oportunidad de trabajar juntos para ayudar a nuestros jóvenes a vivir una vida libre de adicciones como el vapeo. Juntos como una comunidad podemos brindar más acceso a recursos que apoyen a nuestros jóvenes, los cuales viven consumiendo estos productos peligrosos, como también a proveer la prevención para que así ellos puedan tomar buenas decisiones. Una de ellas es ignorar las tentaciones por parte de compañías grandes que lo único que han logrado es encargarse de poner en peligro la vida de nuestros niños y jóvenes. Es por eso que firmemente apoyo el artículo número 20 de la agenda de esta noche y pido la consideración de la ciudad de Baldwin Park a convertirse en una ciudad libre en proteger a las vidas de sus residentes y a vivir una vida libre de adicciones al tabaco con sabor. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Alicia Escalante. I am a resident in this city for about 20 years. I belong to the coalition of the Breathe Free Coalition of Baldwin Park. And I'm here to also ask for the committee of the district and the parents in the city. I'm sorry, and she's also involved with the committee of the district and the parents in the city with the safety of the streets and immigration rights. This night, I would like to share my story regarding my children and our youth in the community. Vaping is an epidemic that needs to be contained and have viable options. I would like for us to focus on the mental health for our children and the youth and their overall benefit. And to provide resources and opportunities for such mental health for future leaders in our city. Studies have shown that vaping for young children is associated with mental health issues and impacts them negatively and has secondary effects, secondhand effects in their overall health. Their brain is compromised as it hasn't been fully developed. And it affects their overall health, their demeanor, their memory, emotion, and critical thinking skills. Did you know that people who actually suffer from mental health usually consume 40% more of this product annually? People with this condition or mental condition are more prone to use electronic cigarettes. Specifically, students who consume vaping products have reported to have low self-esteem. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your support. In the month of August, the city first started to talk about this type of matter. And they've had an annual fair regarding mental health and precaution of mental health. I would like to take the opportunity to extend the support to work together to assist our youth to be free of vaping. Together as a community, we can bring access to support groups to our youth. Who are currently consuming this product, and to help prevent the consumption of this product and to make better decisions. Big box companies have only or big box companies have only placed our youth in danger. And this is why I am in support of item number 20 on the agenda tonight. And I would like to ask for consideration for the city of Baldwin Park to also become a breathe-free city, so that we can live a free life from tobacco addictions and other tobacco flavors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Deputy City Clerk and to our speaker. We have individuals who emailed us and would like to speak as well. We are going to start with Kevin Patel and Kaushik Patel. We'll go ahead and call them. They emailed a letter to the City Council and asked that we call them during today's meeting.
You can go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Kaushik, and I have my business in Baldwin Park from last 25 years. In this 25 years, we never sold any tobacco product underage, or and I don't have no violation in this 25 years. If my business can't able to sell the flavored tobacco, then all customer is going to get their cigarette and all the products from the next city, and whatever the revenue we collect from the tax is going to the next city. So I am a little bit worried. We have a lot of inventory right now. And if you do pass this law, please give us at least 1 year to sell all our tobacco products. That's all I have to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Next speakers will be Abraham Suleiman and Ibrahim Suleiman. Oh, it's maybe the same person. And we will be calling 8 more after that.
Hi, Abraham Suleiman. Hi,
Hi, I'm calling from the city of Baldwin Park regarding your request to speak at a public meeting. And you are live now. Your time starts now. You can go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim Sulaiman. I'm an owner of a convenience store, and we have heard about the banning of the flavored tobacco, and this will affect our business in too many different ways, and we will go out of business in this way. So, and there is a rule for the government, for the state of California, and there will be like the
Sir, I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
the state law of the banning flavor. So I feel like we stay with the state law, and this way, like when you are doing this thing, it will affect my business. And the state law is B 793 for the ballot in 22, which will be the whole state. Don't create winner and loser when the state has a plan. Wait for the state. And we have like the business more than 5 years. We never broke the law. We always ID the people. We always, anybody come 100% ID. And if you guys pass the law, at least give us a time so we can get rid of our inventory, because I have big inventory. So if you didn't give me a time to fill it, then I will lose money. Then I will go all in the trash. So and you know, tobacco is a huge money. You know, it's not like other things. Tobacco is more money, and there's no profit. And we always take care of the community. We never have any violation, any problem. And we 100%, we ID anybody come to our shop. We never, like 5 years, we never had any small problem, even with a small thing, you know. We always ID, we don't give no reason for nobody. We always take care of our kids. We have family, and otherwise, give me 1 year at least if you guys pass the law to fix my leases, to take out my work, because this will affect my business. Otherwise, I will lose if I stay with my worker, and this will affect the family in Baldwin Park, because my worker is from Baldwin Park, and this will affect my business. And I don't know, the time is too short for us. So at least give us opportunity to get rid out of what we have in inventory. And that's it. Like, and we need to go with the state law.
Hi, Sarah, your time is up. All right, time is up, sir. So much.
The next person on our list is William Shea. However, he didn't ask to be called. He did send an email to the city council, or a letter rather, and we emailed it to the city council. Next person on the list is Jaime Rojas. He also sent us a letter, which we shared with the city council, and he asked that he be called at today's meeting.
Hi, Jaime Rojas. I'm calling from the city of Baldwin Park regarding your request to speak at a council meeting. Your time starts now. You can go ahead and speak, Mr. Rojas.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jaime Rojas. I'm with the National Association of Tobacco Outlets and representing the retailer and convenience store members in the city of Baldwin Park. Our association and retailers do not support a blanket ban, does not take into account all the facts. What we've heard today were numbers, statistics around California, around the nation, and not specifically for Baldwin Park. First, Baldwin Park retailers have a 97% passing success rate in retail tobacco compliance checks conducted annually in the past 4 years by both the FDA and the state of California Health Department. They use youth decoy sting operations on these annual compliance checks, and the retailers here in the city are doing their jobs, checking IDs and selling to only those over the age of 21. Second, based on the California Healthy Kids survey that we've heard from 2019 to 2020, across Baldwin Park School District only, found only that 7% of 11th graders have ever smoked one cigarette. 3% have ever used smokeless tobacco, like chewing tobacco, etc. As to the nicotine vapor products, only 10% of high schoolers have used them in the past 10 days at all. And only 1% said that they were regular users. The epidemic of vapor products use has not materialized in Baldwin Park. Contrast with this same survey findings that 9% of 11th graders were current binge drinkers and 12% were current marijuana users. Recently released studies done on the San Francisco flavor ban that passed 4 years ago, conducted by 3 universities, including Yale, have found that the citywide ban on sale of all flavored tobacco products resulted in underage youth reverting back to smoking traditional cigarettes, causing even more of a significant health problem. Flavor bans are not working in California, and big government and tobacco control are not telling you about it. Since currently there's no state flavor ban, this ordinance will not solve the issue of youth usage. This ordinance does nothing to address stopping tobacco online sales to youth, penalizing individual adults who give or sell tobacco products to youth, or even improving the educational school resources regarding youth vaping in the school curriculum. Our Baldwin Park retail members are doing their part in keeping tobacco products out of the hands of persons under the age of 21 years old. It is already illegal to sell to anyone under the age of 21 across the nation. Compliance, code enforcement, and education works. Youth usage of traditional combustible cigarettes are at an all-time low of less than 3%. 3%. If the council decides to move forward with a flavor ban, then let's please focus on the issue that you're talking at hand, the issue of flavored vape and e-cigarette products only. We do not see kids smoking cigars. We do not see kids rolling their own cigarettes. We do not see kids using smokeless tobacco. In addition, allow
I am sorry, sir, your time is up.
The next person on the list is Yaneth Rodriguez. She did not ask to be called. However, she did email a letter and it was forwarded to the city council. Next on our list is Jack Patel. He did ask to be called tonight during our city council meeting.
Hi, Mr. Patel. I'm calling from Park regarding your request to. Hi. Yes, you are live and your time starts now. You have 3 minutes. You may go ahead and speak.
Hi, this is Mr. Patel, and I represent Shroom Corporation, as well as Baldwin Park 76 gas station. And I am pretty much against the ruling that is going against the tobacco. I represent that in the format that we represent. Everyone who comes to our premises are 21 and over, and they do represent themselves to be legal clients that come across on our avenue. And at the same time, we don't feel that we are serving under customers that are represented in the county line whatsoever. At the same time, I feel that this justice should be done on a state line, not on the city line. At the same time, that we are represented at this point in time. And to begin with, just like I was saying, we've been in the business for many years. So I've been here for 18 years, and doing business with this city. And I don't see that we have done anything to enhance or dispute in that format. So I wish that you guys take this into consideration in this format and move forward with your decision. And I hope that it comes into everyone's goodwill, is everyone's wishes. So thank you for listening.
Next is Kevin Barsegyan. He was also asking that we call him regarding item 20.
Hi, I'm calling from the City of Baldwin Park regarding your request to speak at a council meeting. I have 3 minutes to.
My name is Kevin, and I have been a business owner in the community of Baldwin Park for over 10 years now. We have performed a 100% ID checks, and to date, we have not had any violation under the age of 21 years. And I feel that should this law pass, I will have to unfortunately release some of my employees, which will greatly impact many families in the community. I also strongly feel that unless there is a statewide enforcement of the law, this is neither a fair or effective solution to the problem. The state has SB 793 for the ballot in 2022, which will be for the whole state. And I feel that we should just wait for people to vote on it, and the enforcement should be for the entire state. If this law passes, I still think that people will just go to the surrounding businesses and will just buy their flavored tobacco from those stores. It will not be effective. Lastly, what I wanted to say is that should this law pass, to at least please give us 1 year to make adjustments with our staff and inventory, and maybe negotiate our lease on the properties. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Next is Grace Liu, who also asked that we call. She will be speaking on item number 20.
Hi, Grace Liu. Calling from the City of Baldwin Park. She requested to speak at a meeting regarding a tobacco product, but if she's right now, then we'd have to skip. Is she available to speak? She requested to speak. Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, next is Jimmy Patel, who also requested that we call him tonight. He would like to speak on item number 20.
Hi, for Jimmy Patel, Baldwin Park, regarding your request. Your time starts now. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Jimmy. I'm a business owner in Baldwin Park. We are in the business for almost 9+ years. helping like local community and then creating the job opportunity in the community. And I also agree with the previous other business owner and their comments in terms of this will also affect the employment at our location, and then we might have to let go some of our employees. And you guys already knows all the business and the small business, especially small business, was highly impacted from the COVID and last 2 years in terms of the revenues and then employee issues and stuff. And on top of this one will affect the families to the owner and all the employees. And I agree with one of the business say, hey, if you guys are okay, we can wait for the statewide the decision and see if it will be affected if the statewide. That makes sense. Because if it's the only Berlin Park, people just go to the West Covina or Azusa and buy, so it's not going to solve the problem unless it really apply to the statewide. And as we know, like we making sure we are not selling anyone under 21 and try our best to fulfill all the laws and do the education and stuff to making sure we follow all the guidelines. That's our humble request you guys can consider, and we really appreciate you guys hearing us and giving the opportunity to speak. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Next is Mayra Bautista, who asked to speak tonight. She is also speaking on item number 20.
Hi, Mayra Bautista. I'm calling Mark regarding your request to. After a minute, it's just.
Thank you. Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Mayra Bautista, and I'm testifying on behalf of NATO. We represent the retail owners. And as you've been listening for the past few testimonies, you're hearing the retailers speak. I know that you are in office and you're going to take really serious decision tonight that's going to affect a lot of people. We do not disagree that we do not ever want to put tobacco in anyone who's underage, under the age of 21. As another speaker mentioned with the all the stats and all the data, Baldwin Park does not have a problem with underage, selling to underage. The retailers are doing their job. They are there holding the law. And I think that what you really need to consider is what's happening with if this law passes. If this passes, there's a lot of winners and losers. They're just going to go to another city. I think we need to focus on what the problem is. If vaping and e-cigarettes is the problem, then let's make that be part of the ordinance and leave menthol and winter fresh and adult use cigarettes still be an exemption to this law. Also, it's been said many times, the state has a plan. Wait for the state, let the state vote, the voters vote for the SB 793. Also, this is going to affect a lot of people losing their jobs. 3 7-Elevens in San Francisco have closed their doors. Minority owners, because they did not sell gas, and so people didn't come in for cigarettes, so they didn't buy milk, they didn't buy any other thing, because that's what they came in for a convenience store sometimes for. Adults want to do what adults do. There's no difference than drinking lotto tickets and having a right of a 21 and older to be able to choose what they want to do. If you do pass this ordinance, please think of what everyone else is saying. Give them time to get rid of inventory, to make leases, adjustments, and personnel employees that are going to be affected. 30 days or 60 days is just not enough. If this is something that you believe in, at least think of your other constituents in Baldwin Park, which are the retailers who support your community and sell to your family. So please listen to the retailers and put that as your number one priority as elected officials. Thank you so much for your time.
Next is Samira Mejia. She asked that we call her during the meeting. She will be speaking on a general topic, invitation to an event.
Close to voicemail, sorry, Mayor. The next caller?
Next speaker is Kiana Martinez. She will be speaking on multiple agenda items.
Hi, Kiana. This is Lourdes calling you from the City of Baldwin Park regarding your request to speak at a council meeting. 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Okay. Hello, I am commenting on agenda item number 15. My name is Kiana and I'm a resident of Baldwin Park and a tenants rights counselor at the Housing Rights Center. I would like for the city council to consider a different legal aid organization or consider making a contract for legal representation for tenants rather than the workshops. As a tenants rights counselor, I can attest that legal representation is what low-income residents need to stay safe in their homes. We have housing workshops available currently through Stay Housed LA County program and the Housing Rights Center as well, where folks can learn about what their rights are. And for the Stay Housed LA, it also would be legal advice on their situation or legal counsel. And therefore, I'm hoping that y'all could consider this idea. During this time, I've had reported that legal aid organizations are only taking cases, eviction cases for folks who are low income in legal representation. It is rare that they can assist tenants with habitability issues, harassment, or rent increase issues. If you're a tenant that does not have access to hot water, a toilet, shower, electricity, or air condition, or maybe you might experience a flood, those are just some examples. If you're in that situation, you want it to be taken care of as soon as possible for the safety and the safety of your children. And we want justice for our families. And there's been some occasions, some tenants that we've spoken to here from Baldwin Park that this has happened to. And so a workshop or getting advice, if your landlord is not cooperative, is not as helpful, and it won't get you to your safe housing. That then advice would be. So I'm asking that y'all would consider that so that we can get legal representation to our families, because that's not available to them. And so usually like attorneys will cost just that amount or a little bit more of what the contract is. And so we're hoping that y'all could have an open conversation about that, consider that so that we can get more support to our families rather than just giving them workshops and advice. That I feel would be a lot more helpful. Talk to the tenants, set up a meeting with tenants and the organizers like People United of Baldwin Park and LA Voice to talk about these issues a little bit more. And also, that's pretty much it for that item. And just for in general, with people talking about vendors, I think that was earlier, but it's not fair that the city clerk cuts us off when we are not on the agenda item. So they should do that for everybody as well. Thank you for your time.
We will try Samira Mejia one more time.
Hi, this is Lourdes calling you. That's okay. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay, your time starts now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Emanuel Estrada, council members, men and women of the community. My name is Samira Mejia, and I'm the General Manager at the San Gabriel Valley region of Think Together, a statewide organization that provides expanded learning supports and after-school programs in over 400 school sites from preschool through high school. In Baldwin Park, we are proud to serve 16 schools through our partnership with Baldwin Park Unified School District. Think Together's mission is to partner with schools to change the odds for kids. We all know that back to school this year has meant more to students than ever before. As we continue to rise together from an unprecedented year, we are seeing students come back to our after-school programs, eager to learn, reconnect with friends and teachers, and ready to forge their future ahead. At Think Together, we're so happy to be with our students in person again. Connecting, mentoring, and educating students is our mission, as well as to provide them the transformational opportunities they need to beat the odds. In addition to Think Together's commitment to our students, after-school programs are of great value to the Baldwin Park community and our economy. According to research done by the National After-School Alliance, there are over 600,000 kids in California who are left unsupervised after school. After-school programs not only provide safety to our students, but also access to academic enrichment and youth development. On October 28th, Think Together sites across California will be holding their annual open house event called Lights On After School. Our students are excited to show off their work, creativity, and innovations from Think Together's expanded learning program. Students have been very busy these past couple months and are eager to share this with their parents and community leaders. I would like to formally invite you all to attend Lights On After School on October 28th at Geddes Elementary from 4 to 5:30 p.m. In the event that an in-person event is canceled, or if you have a previous engagement, we will also be holding a virtual celebration. You can find more information on how to access our virtual event on our flyer or website at thinktogether.org. Thank you for your time and service to our Baldwin Park community.
Mayor, those are all the speakers we received requests to speak from.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who didn't fill out a postcard who would like to speak? Now is your time.
Buenas tardes, Mayor Emanuel Estrada y Consejo. Mi nombre es Beatriz, soy residente de... Voy a hablar español y voy a hablar inglés. Soy residente de la ciudad de Baldwin Park, soy un líder en mi comunidad y también soy una organizadora comunitaria con la organización de LA Boys a nivel condado y en este momento trabajando para la ciudad de Baldwin Park, la iglesia de San Juan Bautista y la iglesia metodista unida de Baldwin Park. Trajo a mi atención varios temas en la agenda. Uno de ellos, y voy a empezar por el número, uno de ellos es el proyecto de la plaza, en el número 7. Quiero agradecer a la senadora Rubio por su abogacía para traer estos recursos a nuestra comunidad. Esta plaza ha sido un proyecto por más de 6 años o casi 6 años y va a ser mucho beneficio para traer junto a nuestra comunidad y tener una convivencia. También estoy aquí para apoyar el número 13, que va a apoyar, estoy apoyando la adquisición de la propiedad que va a prohibir shelter a las personas sin vivienda, y también para apoyar el número 14, que va a ser es un gran proyecto para la comunidad de Baldwin Park, Housing, San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. El otro ítem que estoy apoyando es el número 20. Este otro ítem, definitivamente hemos trabajado en muchas proposiciones para limitar el uso del tabaco, pero especialmente este tabaco que afecta especialmente a las minorías latinas y afroamericanas y sobre todo a nuestros niños. Yo sé como dueña de negocio puede afectar a negocios, pero lo más importante aquí tenemos que saber cuál es nuestra prioridad y necesitamos exponer nuestros valores morales y decidir por lo que es correcto. Y lo primero son nuestros niños y su salud, nuestras familias. Voy a hablar inglés. Y estoy en contra bueno, no estoy precisamente en contra, pero quiero sugerirle al señor Benjamín Martínez que busque organizaciones locales. Hemos trabajado mucho junto con miembros del consejo, Miss Alejandra, señor Paul Hernández, para traer una protección para los inquilinos. Es la historia de esfuerzo de una comunidad. Es muy importante, señor Benjamín. Señor Benjamín, es muy importante que trabaje con nosotros para traer a las organizaciones que amen a nuestra comunidad. Hay grants, hay dinero, está bien, importante, pero lo más importante es traer gente de nuestra comunidad a trabajar para nuestra comunidad. My name is Beatriz Sandoval. I'm resident and organizer and leader here in the community. I want to say thank you, Senator Rubio, for the advocacy for fund and for the Plaza or Zócalo. I hope this Zócalo or this plaza be building soon because our residents need to come together and have the space, a place to share our culture and share time. We are families and come together here. So also I support item number 13. I support the acquisition for the property to provide shelter and housing for unhoused families from Baldwin Park. Also, I am support that. I'm very grateful for approving the project for San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. And also I am support the prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco. I say I like to put your values, your moral values, and see first for our children and for health. These tobaccos are focused to
Can you stop
for our kids and for Latino communities and for Afro-American communities. So we need to care first for our children. Also, I asking Mr. Benjamin Martinez to work with our community. He says in the last presentation he did, he looking for partners, community partners. So he is not reaching us, don't reach the community. So please, Benjamin, work with the community. We belong to Baldwin Park, so we care about Baldwin Park and we love our community. The money is always good for all organizations, but the matters, the very things, the very good things who matters is the love we have for our community and for our residents. Please belong to our community. Thanks.
I'm going to talk in Spanish and then I'm going to talk in English. I don't need a translator. Our translators, they're not that good. But I'm going to start in English. One of the things that I've been noticing in the past couple of months, well, even longer, around 4 months, is that our food vendors are getting out of hand. Just like tonight coming to the meeting. We have food vendors in front of McDonald's, in front of IHOP. We have a taquero blocking the sidewalk. Where is all that money going to? It's going to them. It's not staying in the city. And that's one of the things you guys need to understand. We're a city that's always been very clean. But now with all these taqueros and food vendors and everything, you guys are throwing us down the street. You know, we don't want to be like El Monte. La Puente, City of Industry. We want to keep our city for us, for the citizens of Baldwin Park. The thing that you guys are holding, the inspectors, the code enforcers, not doing their job, you're putting handcuffs on them. That's what you guys are doing. Because they have a law that's in hand and you guys don't let them use it. Our police department is being held back. I talked to the county says we're more than willing to come in Baldwin Park as long as we have PD protection. It's like the North Hollywood shooting on a taquero. That belongs to the county. They have 88 cities they have to take care of. Let's release the handcuffs from the code enforcers, our police department. I went a little further. I went to Baja California. I come from Calexico, to the Mexicali, PJ, and Ensenada and everything. Anybody that sells anything on the street, they have to have a health permit, a license for that city. We're letting these vendors come in here, take the money away from the city. 8 months ago, we didn't have this problem. But you guys, oh no, you're poor, doesn't do them. I went to TJ, to a colonia that I have relatives and friends that belong to the police department over there. They told me, no. We stop anybody selling if they don't have the permits.
Your time is up.
6 minutes? I was going to talk in English and then I'm going to talk in Spanish.
I'm not sure if that's allowed.
Yeah.
He spoke in Spanish and
Yeah, but I
basically
think,
translated
Mr.
from-
Rios, I think you've got your 3 minutes in English now, so can you talk in Spanish now?
Yes, I
I
can.
think that's what they're gonna want you.
Ok. Una de las cosas, voy a hablar en español para que la gente latina sepa lo que está pasando aquí en la comunidad. Ustedes le están poniendo espuelas a los policías y del code enforcers, ¿ok? Una de las cosas que necesitamos hacer, limpiar nuestra ciudad como era antes. Ahora está peor, porque no les dan la oportunidad a los policías y también a los de code enforcers que tienen que poner. Una de las cosas que por mí, que toda la gente que para en mi vecindad, ellos van y me dicen, oye, ¿qué está pasando aquí? Nunca hemos mirado la ciudad tan sucia después de 8 meses pasados. Está peor y peor la cosa. Como dije, enfrente del McDonald's había 2 troques ahí vendiendo cosas enfrente de McDonald's. ¿Por qué permitimos esas cosas? Ustedes deben comprender que la comunidad está enojada y mucho porque ustedes del consejo, el mayor, no están persiguiendo la ley. Es todo por ahorita.
Okay. My name is Abel of Transmissions. Living in Baldwin Park for 40 years and business owner for 40 years too. My complaint is still the same for the homeless. And the front of the property, too many homeless. Used to, or we're 2, now we're at 100 now. What can we do to remove them from some other places? They are hanging clothes, everything in the chicken wire, the fence. We have to do something for that. I call the police don't talk to them. They say they cannot talk to them because they have the rights. And then what can we do in this case? We have to find a solution for that. Okay, and then we got to do something as soon as possible because I'm losing business too. They jump over my business and break my windshield, my mirrors, everything. We are losing money. People run away because they don't want to see those guys there. We pay our money always, property tax always, every year. It's too expensive. Okay, now the second complaint is for Monica Garcia. When you make a decision, you have to be careful, okay? Because the city is paying too much money for Salcido when he won the case. We have to be careful when you make a decision because the decision you make is no good. Okay, that money is supposed to be working in the city. This is our money for our citizens. Okay. That complaint for you, Paul. You asked for money for the COVID. I think you didn't spend the whole money, okay? We noticed about that from Daniel. Then all the money you are taking away from us, that belongs to the citizens. Be careful, okay? We are watching all you guys. When any problem we make it, we know right away. Okay? And that's all I can say, okay? Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm going to start off with the vendors, like what's been going on here. I have the state, I have the county, and I have the city ordinances. And they all say the same thing. You must have a city permit. You must have a public health permit, and you must have a proof of insurance. This is a no-brainer. If we had a city attorney that was competent, this wouldn't be happening right now. And because this city attorney, I have his statement here, he's got a tax lien of $538,231.26 against him because he doesn't pay his taxes. And if he can't run his business right, how's he running our city right? He isn't. He's overcharging the city and then he had to sell his house just recently, August 27th, for $1.2 million so he can pay his state and federal taxes. This is ridiculous. Why are you letting this guy run this city into the ground? You guys knew when you came in here to get rid of this guy, and he's bad news. Now, the vendors, this is not anything that you need to make a special ordinance up or anything else. What you need to do is enforce what's in the law right now. The Public Health Department is so concerned with flavored tobacco, but they're not concerned about food poisoning or illegal vendors that are coming out here. We've contacted the Public Health Department in the city here and in the county, and all they say is it's up to you. Then it gets past the buck. You ask the police department, well, that's code enforcement. Code enforcement says we've been instructed by city council not to do anything. You guys need to do your job now. It's enough before this gets out of hand. Now then we had another problem with Monica at the last council meeting I was at, where she said it was all the fault of Cruz Baca, Ricardo Pacheco, and Susan Rubio for these outrageous lawsuits that we got. Well, that wasn't true. Hatzel, the Salcido, and McLean were all hired by her, Lozano, Marlene Garcia back in the time, Ben Arano, and Monica. And you know why? Because they wanted puppets. But we finally got a chief that I think is pretty good. The guy has been very cordial to help at any time that you call or anything else. But these three chiefs needed to not even be there. But we're facing probably close to $20 million worth of lawsuits when we get all done with the Hatzel, Salcido, and that done. And you know what we got? It was all because of the old council. And she confused it that she said that it was Baca and that for firing them. It had nothing to do with that. We had to fire them because they were incompetent.
Hatzel comes from being a lieutenant up to a police chief. That's unheard of. Salcedo was handicapped. You couldn't believe how
Your
many
time is up.
handicaps. McLean,
Your
he
time is
didn't
up.
deserve to be there, and he was always going to be on Lozano's side. Thank you very much, but get rid of the vendors.
Hello. I'm bringing the list again. Hi, hello. My name is Anna. I am a class 2017 Brave, Baldwin Park Brave, as long as a Breathe Free Baldwin Park Coalition member. From July through December 2019, when I was around the age of 20, I was trained by LA County to participate in a youth purchase survey with all registered tobacco retailers with a license in Baldwin Park. Through this, we discovered that youth have easy access to flavored tobacco products. Out of 54 stores, 15, which is roughly 34%, were willing to sell to me. I shared this information with you as you considered item 20 on the agenda. Thank you.
Great. Nobody else is looking to speak. At this moment, we will close public communication.
Mayor, may I say something?
Yes, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke on the different items. I do want to discuss the vendor situation here in the city of Baldwin Park. We do have an ordinance that we have to follow, that they have to have permits for the city and they must have health permits. I am in total agreement that anybody vending in our city should have these in place. However, we do need to make it easier for them to be able to obtain these permits. Now, I had requested in the past, a couple of years back, that we help these vendors get their permits, get their health permits, and walk them through the process if necessary. If we have done that and we still find the vendor conducting business in the city of Baldwin Park, it is my belief that we should not allow them to be here. I am completely for the vendors. I want to be able to help them, but they need to also follow the regulations. I think that especially the health regulation is extremely important because we want to make sure that they are following health guidelines. I know a lot of you may not be in agreement with me about following these regulations, but we also need to make sure that our community is safe. So following the health guidelines is important, but it's also important to me that we help these vendors provide services needed so they can have the permits and they can follow the health guidelines for the city of Baldwin Park. I have seen an increase. And I'm a lover of tacos. I do love tacos, but I do want them to have the appropriate documentation to be vending in our cities. One thing, and the reason I'm speaking out is because I have learned that some of these vendors actually have businesses somewhere outside of our city. And I think if they have an actual business or restaurant outside of our city and they're coming into the Baldwin Park, and they need to have permits and they need to have the health department pass their permits to make sure they're following all the guidelines. Again, it is a very touchy subject and I don't want the vendors to think I'm against them because I'm not. I want them to be able to help, and I will say it again, as a city, we need to do everything possible that if they are out there, that we are reaching out and providing the services possible. And I want to document it to see who have we talked to. We need to come up with a plan on how many times we need to do an outreach to make sure that they are following the guidelines. And if they're not following our city guidelines, then we must take action. Because if all the other businesses, like the residents have stated, have to pay permit fee, the restaurants have to follow health guidelines. As you notice, when you go to a restaurant, you see an A code, a B, depending, and if the health department comes in and they're not following health code, they shut them down. So if we're permitting our vendors to sell food, we need to make sure that they are also following the safety code guidelines to make sure their food is healthy and it's clean, and providing the permits that they need to have to be able to run a business in the city of Baldwin Park. But as a city, we need to be able to help them. So that is my direction. Let's look into see, I'm giving a direction, see how it is that we are helping these vendors. How are we approaching them? We need to be respectful at all times and be helpful so that we can help them run their business in the city of Baldwin Park with all their T's crossed and their I's dotted, and so that it is fair for all the rest of our businesses. Thank you, Mayor.
So just touching on that point, nobody here knows what that process entails. Nobody who voted on it, nobody who wrote it, nobody who enforces it. Nobody knows what the process is, which is why we don't enforce that. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. For too long, Baldwin Park has an anti-Hispanic sentiment. And I personally replaced someone who I think has that sentiment. And I'm not going to continue it while I'm here. Nobody knows this process. How are we enforcing a process that we don't even know how possible it is to go through? To me, there's just multiple artificial barriers in there to diminish people, to say, yeah, we met state law, we're allowing it, but we made it increasingly difficult for anybody to get that permit. We are going to make people pay their permit and we're going to regulate it, but we're working on it. It takes time. Government doesn't work as fast as we'd like it to. And trust me, if I could make it work faster, I would. But that's just it. Some of the speakers brought up a very important point that I've heard come up a lot, and that's that staff and city employees are out there not acting as saying the city is doing this. They keep referring to the council. To me, that is a concern because under our ordinance 33.26 political activities, no person other than elected officers while in the employ of the city in any capacity should engage in any political activity during the time as such person is on duty. No city employee shall engage in any political activity at any time while wearing a city uniform or other distinctive part therefor. So, City Attorney, I'd like to give you direction to make sure that you write a memo reminding everybody that there is a city ordinance we are all to follow and that this type of behavior is not protected under law. City staff, chief, executive officer, I'd like you to also work on a policy to make sure that every single employee at City Hall is aware of this and that there is no confusion.
And so just back on what you said, Mayor, and that's why I'm directing that we come up with that process to make sure that processes are being followed and that we are helping these vendors. Like I said, I am not against the vendors, but I do want the processes to be followed and they need to be clear because they are not clear on exactly what they need to do to be able to obtain the license, to get their health permits and all those steps. We need to be their light and we need to be able to guide them to make this business possible. Because if they do want to have a business here in the city of Baldwin Park, they need that opportunity. And those that want to have the business, they will go through the process as long as we make it clear. If we make it complicated, they're going to give up. But we do need to go after the ones that are just not following the process and not trying. So that's what's so important to me. We need to make the process, make it clear, make it viable for them so that they're able to run a business here in the city of Baldwin Park. And most of all, we need to be very respectful because they are trying to feed a family. They may not have an 8-to-5 job like we do. That is their job. So again, we need to help them. And then maybe in that ordinance put on Monday, Wednesdays, or Fridays is when the city of Baldwin Park allows vendors. Make it very specific and be specific that you should not be vending in front of a restaurant where they will take the business away from a restaurant. So we need to be very specific with that ordinance and we need to go over it to make it specific and clear on the hows and who to contact so it's possible and fair for everybody. So if we can have staff work on that ordinance and then get ideas from council and to see so we can come up with a better process. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilmember Garcia.
Actually, go ahead, Councilmember Damian. He's
No, go ahead. I'll go after you.
okay. Thank you. Well, first, I do agree that we should be regulating the street vendors for public health. I think that our residents, they just assume that if we're allowing an activity, that it's okay, that it's good for them and they can partake. And I would be concerned that, without the regulation in place, without the county's approval and our city permit, I think our community is kind of taking a chance if they're going to vendors that are not being regulated. So for public health, I would like us to be more vigilant about making sure that the vendors who are out in our community do have the correct permits. And I agree that we do need to come up with a policy that provides the access for any entrepreneurs who want to seek those permits and what that looks like here in the city, but also what the enforcement is, of, let's say, vendors who have not gone through the channels that others have gone through. And let's think about it as far as being fair. What is fair? What is equitable? Because if you have vendors who have gone through the process competing against those who haven't, is that fair? Is that equitable? So I think coming up with that policy is important. And we can look at other cities. This is not a new topic. So we can look at what other cities have done, what has worked for them, best practices. But I do have to agree that we can't turn a blind eye. I think it's important for us to be compassionate and to encourage entrepreneurialism. But we also need to think of regulation and then also think of those entrepreneurs that have gone through the correct process. And so, but in addition to that, I just wanted to comment on some of the speakers earlier, Coach Luis Mireles and a couple of other individuals who came forward and were advocating for youth and activities for our youth. And I know that the idea of a sportsplex has come up, and I love that idea. And so if, taking their advocacy and some of the conversations that we've had and other ideas that have been presented, I would love for us to really look at developing what that could possibly be, because we do offer so many programs, and those programs have been suspended because of COVID. Now we're just kind of getting back in to a normalcy, but we've had excellent programs. And I grew up here in this community, and I know how important these athletic programs and extracurricular programs are for our youth. I'd love to see something develop, around that. And I know that our Recreation and Community Services has sought out joint use grants. And so if we can revisit that and see if those grants are still available, and if there's a way that we can partner with the school district to revisit that issue, I would be so excited about that. And then finally, I just want to say that there's some misinformation regarding the Hadsel and Salcedo cases. I want to make it really clear that the reason why these lawsuits were filed against the city of Baldwin Park was because these individuals were terminated, and they claimed wrongful termination. That is the basis of their lawsuits. Our city attorney, Robert Tafoya, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, the Hadsel lawsuits were a result of Lily Hadsel being terminated, and she sued for wrongful termination, emotional distress,
And how about Salcedo?
Salcedo was the same thing.
Okay. So I want to make it really clear that the reason why these lawsuits were brought to our city was because these individuals were terminated. And I mentioned that the individuals on the council who terminated these employees, and this is factual, this was Ricardo Pacheco, Cruz Baca, and Susan Rubio. Plain and simple. It's history, it's fact, it's public record. Whether you like it or not, you have the opinion, that's fine. but you can't refute that these lawsuits were brought to the city because of terminations. And you can't refute the individuals that terminated those employees. It's public record, it's history. And so I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, and I think, Councilmember Damon, go ahead.
I'll be brief. Going back to the street vendors, Mayor, when Vice Mayor gave direction and you guys give your input, I would like to see if we're going to be assisting these street vendors in obtaining the proper permits, that we primarily focus on our independent vendors. Many of those independent vendors are from our community. Those are the vendors that basically rely heavily on that income to survive and support their families. I've come across some vendors. I've stopped by some of the vendors on Merced, going all the way down to Puente on Walmart. And a lot of those street fruit vendors that are placed in the corners there, normally those vendors have kind of like a rainbow colored umbrella. Unfortunately, to me, it seems like those workers that are there are being exploited by the owners of the carts that they use. So they bring them in vans, drop them off, and then leave them there all day. If they don't sell anything, they don't make any money. And basically they get paid on what they sell. So to me, those types of businesses are taking advantage of the fact that we're not looking to enforce those ordinances right now, because we are currently working on making a specific ordinance for street vendors. But if we are going to assist our street vendors in obtaining these proper permits, I would really like to focus on the independent vendors, those who really don't have the resources to be able to apply properly like the way the businesses do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So on the topic of hiring and firing, I've been at the previous meeting a month ago, I did give direction to staff to start looking at our executive infrastructure, and I've done my own due diligence as well. And I've realized that no other city in this area operates the way we do. And I think that one of the very things that we need to eliminate is this ability that council can hire and fire city planner, the housing manager, chief deputy city clerk, amongst other many managers. There's no other city that's able to do this, and we are putting ourselves for a liable position. So I do want to direct staff to take that into consideration and bring back a staff report and treat that with urgency. It's no secret that many of these have to do with hiring and firing from the council directive. And I don't see any logical explanation as to why a council member would be hiring anybody under the executive belt.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. While we're giving direction at this period of time, I just want to make sure that first and foremost, that I believe at the next council meeting, we're actually going to be discussing the street vendor ordinance and other further discussion. So before we begin, giving direction to staff as to, who we start reaching out to and how we target them, I'd like for us as a council to first have a full discussion in and around that, so we could collectively have, a direction and a view in which we're going to be looking towards either enforcing the ordinance or whatever the case might be, and also the process in which we're going to help individuals. Because we keep on saying, we're going to help individuals, but I don't understand what help means, because I haven't read anything, I haven't seen anything. Does that mean subsidizing their fees? Is there a grant that's going to do that? Because then if we do it for one, why are we not doing it for the other business owners here in our city, regardless if they're food vendors or not? So before we give direction to staff, I'd like for us as a whole, as a council, to wait till next week or in the next council meeting to have that thorough discussion and then go from there, because only then we as a city will be able to move forward with this, instead of individual or my recommendations and so forth. I think it's best that as we move forward and we discuss this very important issue, it provides also input from the community, and also perhaps some of those stakeholders that are out there that are doing this business, to come in and provide some of their input. There's no reason for us not to go out and invite them to the the study session to get their feedback and to understand what's going on their perspective. That way, we're not making decisions as a whole. I agree with Councilmember Damian. With some of those individuals, it's very clear that on Saturdays and Sundays, there's a big 2 or 3 trucks that come around and they drop off, 3 or 4 of these carts throughout the city. And I can certainly name them if we need to, but I think it's first and most important that we as a council discuss this as a whole. So we as a whole give the direction to the city and the staff. So that way, when we have folks in the community, they could understand exactly, and more importantly, clearly understand what we're trying to do and how we're trying to help people, move forward. So that would be my recommendation in regards to this item, considering, again, we're talking about this, we will be talking about this in 2 weeks.
Mayor,
Just real quick.
you done? Sorry.
Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to clarify, it was a direction to look at the ordinance so that we can fix it. And I did say to have input from the rest of us. So it wasn't a direction directly to start enforcing it. There's a lot that needs to be fixed. So that was the direction, to look at the policy we have in place and find ways to help these people follow through, and those that are not following through. And I did suggest that we all have a discussion on it. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and so just for the record, I think we've been making these recommendations over and over again throughout the months. So we just want to make sure that staff is doing their due diligence and getting that out. But anyways, moving on. So we are at the consent calendar. Is there any items council members looking to pull?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If we can pull item 6, 13, and 14, thank you.
Yes.
Item 12 and 15.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 11.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 5.
All right. So I'll make a motion to pass items 1 through 16, and that excludes 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and I actually believe 16. So that is motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we move on to item number 5. Was it who pulled that one?
That was me, Mayor.
Great. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. So item number 5 is the consideration to approve funding for recreational programs and events. So I was going down the list and I seen the cost of the programs. However, I did want to add a couple of more things to the list. I wanted to bring it to you guys for consideration. I'm looking for the benefit of the small businesses here. And so for the Baldwin Park Now, I know that this is something that we discussed back when we passed the BIT. And so for the Baldwin Park Now, there is a cost of $145 for a business card size, which looks something like this for the back page. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's got those little squares here, each business card size. And it would allow for approximately 8 businesses to be promoted on half of a page of the Baldwin Park Now for a total cost of approximately $6,000 per year, which the total cost is $5,920. And it would promote the businesses. So I wanted to see if we can allocate $18,000 for the Baldwin Park Now so that we can advertise these businesses for the following 3 years. And what we can do is doing a rotation, 8 businesses per quarter, which is when the Baldwin Park Now comes out. And the second item that I wanted to add was with the return of the street market next year, A lot of our small businesses right now, and I'm talking about our moms and pop shops, are still trying to recover from COVID. And so I know that we had allocated money for some of the booths, but we really want to vamp up the event. So for promotional items, I wanted to see if we would be able to allocate $10,000 to go towards advertising extensively and promoting a campaign for the promotion of the downtown street market for next year. So that would be to allocate an additional $18,000 for the Baldwin Park Now, which would promote 8 small businesses per quarter on the Baldwin Park Now for the next 3 years. And then an additional $10,000 that would go for the promotion of the downtown street market for next year.
Mayor,
Yes.
the deputy city clerk is just reminding me that there has to be a roll call for each of those items requested by Councilmember Damian.
For each item? We can't just do it as a whole?
I wanted to open it up for any type of questions or discussion from my colleagues.
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry, Councilmember Damian, Mayor, per the new law regarding the virtual meetings, we have to do roll call per every vote. And we should also be clarifying that motion for the record. So we would say, for example, and I know you said 5 through 6 with the exception of those items, it would be a motion by Mayor Estrada, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, and we would have to do a roll call for consent calendar and every item you pulled.
Okay. Do you want to reiterate the whole thing? Just want to do a roll call?
Got to do it.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to pass consent calendar items 1 through 15, and that excludes 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Second.
And then city clerk roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Danny Damian, Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Monica Garcia.
Yes.
That's all right.
Okay, so now I have a question
Come on,
for
let's pass.
Councilman,
Okay, go ahead.
for Mr. Damian. So for the advertising, the $10,000 for advertising the street market, how are we going to advertise? Where are we advertising the additional advertising?
So I did have a conversation with Maria Moreno from Parks and Recreation, asking her for different costs and ideas when this came out as a staff report. And so for the promotional, obviously would be signage, posters, but also looking into possibly getting some airtime on the radio to promote it, maybe our local Spectrum TV. We're really trying to get a big campaign behind it so that we can get our businesses to join our street market, since unfortunately other cities surrounding us have their current street markets going since this year. We don't. So we want to make sure that we're able to pull those businesses back, and especially, the residents that we get, not only from Baldwin Park, but we get a lot of people coming in from different cities, and that would really benefit our small businesses this following year.
That's a good idea.
So right now that you mentioned the Spectrum channel, so I actually met some nonprofit producers when I went to the Foothill Unity Center's retirement party, and they told me that they used to actually do the videos for Spectrum for our channel, but I'm not entirely sure why it stopped. So maybe we can try to find out what happened there and how we can bring that back. And I think that would be great promotion, not just for the city events, but also the vendors that are there.
Yeah, definitely.
Good. And then, so were you done, council member?
Yes, I'm open to any questions or any conversation that you guys may want to have.
Yeah, so I did want to bring up, I mean, this is a great list. It is, however, more costly than we thought it would be. So for the free specialty classes, enrichment classes, aquatics and sports programs for residents, we do want to keep it free, and we can potentially make it completely free for through a process to make sure that low-income children who are possibly on food stamps or Medi-Cal or received reduced or free lunch can qualify completely free. But I would say that we might it might be beneficial to add a minimal fee, maybe $10 to everybody else and do a process. So speaking to Parks and Recreation Services, what happens is that people will take it. So when this happened, when we first opened up our free childcare, some people sign up the kid, but because there's no incentive to bring him in, because there's no cost to it, they're not keeping up to par with it. So there could be another, I would say at the discretion of staff, because they're the ones that deal with it, but there could be another thing where we reimburse them, because I believe that that's going to be the process either way, but we can reimburse them depending on their overall success in the program, meaning, you know, how successful they were in attending the event, the program, and finishing it with a satisfactory rating.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Only because you know what happens, you know, when things are free, sometimes people say, oh, okay, you know, we'll just go next week. And so we don't want, you know, them to take the spot from somebody else that would really be showing up. So that would be a good idea.
Yes.
So I haven't seen the contract that they use for that, but there should be somewhere in the contract that they must attend whatever days they signed up for, or they will be terminated from the program to give chance to somebody that really needs a program. So I think you'd really need to put that in the parent contract, and that way they know that if they signed up for 4 days out of the week for X amount of hours, because you have to plan on staffing, you have to keep the ratio of teacher to child ratio. So you're staffing somebody, let's say they're scheduled to come in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 20 students. So you're staffing and you're paying your staff to have the right ratio for 20 students, but now you only have 5-6 students coming in. So now we're overstaffing and we're overspending. Or let's say you understaff yourself and now your ratio's off in the safety, there's a big safety issue. So if you have them sign a contract to make sure they adhere to those hours and those days, it'll work out better. And they know that if they don't follow, they will be terminated from the contract, from their program.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like. So maybe you already have that, Maria. I don't know where you're at. So
Yes, we'll go ahead and add that language to the registration upon registering for the programs that will be offered.
Great. So, and another issue is, I believe one of the things that we are most looking forward to is our concerts at the park and our street and our food, our street market. So I do want staff to prioritize that over excursions. I know that we have free excursions for youth, teen and family this year for 2021, 2022. It's $40,000, but I would want to eliminate that for this year and then add those $40,000 and split them amongst the Santa Claus program so that we can have $50,000 and the remainder to the second year. And this puts us at $120 for 416 children, which bumps up our child count by over 100, which I don't believe we've ever done before. And then, I mean, if you're a parent, you know that $60 are not going to go far. So we want to make sure that, you know, Christmas is a little better this year, especially because we have the funds to make it happen. With the free senior programs, again, we want to focus on city-run events so that they can make a comeback. I know that staff is planning for 2 per month excursions for our seniors. I would like to bring it down to 1, just because I also know that our staff is limited right now as we come back out of the pandemic and we start to try to rehire more staff. This can also be a little bit of a pilot or test run to see how this year runs, and then we can better navigate the second year. And then we have free senior weekly meals for 350 seniors at $245,000 a year. However, Maria was telling me that this does not include the cost for staff. So, and I'll kind of put that in with our fully funded food collaborative, which is a monthly giveaway. And so one of the things I'd like to see is if we're making a monthly giveaway, we should want to make it so that it's long-term. So maybe whole grains, rice, a rice cooker, potentially a rice cooker to help people cook faster. I know a lot of our working class community is short on time, and we can also be kind of leading them on a charge on how they can eat healthier without feeling like they don't have their short on time or money. So I'd want to see more of a bulky thing going on with bigger bags of dry goods or frozen produce to make it last longer and help seniors and families have food throughout the month, comparable to, I mean, of course, we still want to include fresh vegetables, but frozen stuff is going to help them get through that month. But I'd leave that up to the discretion of our staff, finding out how they find it best that'll work with them and how more efficient they can be.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Garcia.
Would you consider keeping the second excursion for our seniors? Only because seniors were so impacted during COVID and we're just kind of getting back into our programming, and I know how much the seniors love their excursions, and it's so good for their mental health and just for the community. So would you be open to just keeping the second? I understand about the kids.
Yeah, so I don't mind doing the two, or we can leave it up to two. So if staff is a little jam-packed that month, they might want to do one.
Uh-huh.
So we'll leave
Sure.
it to the
Okay.
discretion. Either way, I believe the money that we saved this fiscal year is bound to go over to the next fiscal year, and we're able to navigate that as well. So yeah.
Okay,
up to
that's
two.
good. Yeah, up to 2.
Okay. And then those are my changes. Is there any other changes anybody else
Did you
has?
get that?
City Clerk, did you type that all up? Okay, there's no other changes. Councilmember Damon, you'd like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so I'll make a motion that we allocate $18,000 to go towards the Baldwin Park Now to promote a business card size ad for 8 businesses per quarter for the next 3 years. And then I guess I'll have to make the other motion separately, correct?
No.
No.
You can make.
Okay.
Sorry, Councilmember, if you'd like, I can consolidate all of the amendments.
Oh, well, perfect.
Thank you. So the additions are to allocate $18,000 to the Baldwin Park Now to advertise businesses on a rotating basis for the next 3 years, and allocate $10,000 to promote the downtown street market, and modify the free aquatic classes free to low-income qualified residents, and implement a flat fee established at the discretion of the Director of Recreation or designee, and allocate $40,000 for the Santa Claus. Did I get that right, Mayor?
Yeah, so it would be 50,000 the first year, and I believe it would be at 40,000 the next.
So sorry. So it was a total of 90,000.
No. So we're removing the free excursions for youth, teen, and family for this year, and those 40,000 will be distributed to Santa Claus. So for the first year, we'll have 50,000. For the next year, we'll have 45,000.
Thank you. And up to 2 excursions for seniors. Additionally, to also provide long-term giveaways, such as appliances at the discretion of the recreation staff.
Fair enough.
That is my motion.
Great. Second.
Roll call.
City Clerk, roll call.
Okay, here we go. Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Got it.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Great. So motion passes. Who pulled item number 6? Was it you, Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you. I just wanted to bring this up to our audience attention and for the viewers at home. Item 6, and more importantly, also have staff speak to this. This is an MOU for, youth development program. We have been historically now moving forward with a youth development program. In fact, pre-COVID, we enter in an MOU with, some of the some of the vocational courses and so forth in and around the area. In fact, we had an MOU in which we were going to be hiring close to about 200 plus individuals here within the city, also with young adults. In addition to that, the school district also signed a similar MOU. So again, obviously COVID did set us back for a second or two. In fact, some of the youth was actually helping us build masks, if we remember that. So they're actually contributing to the solution in a very safe, well-distanced environment when that was all happening last year. So again, what we're looking to do, not only on top of what we've done in the past, is add another 200 youth into their first experience as a job. As you can perhaps remember, what it meant for you to receive your first job, your first paycheck, and how proud that must make you. So we want to make sure that we expand that for our youth throughout our city. What better way for them to learn and build equity and have a savings account is through their first summer jobs and youth employment programs that allow them to, enter the adulting responsibilities as they progress through life. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Great. You have a motion?
That is my motion to accept item 6 as is.
Second.
Great. City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Great. Motion passes. Item number 11. And then I'm not entirely sure who.
I did.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Garcia.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask staff, I was reading the staff report and was just trying to understand what it is, what does this achieve ultimately? The Outdoor Equity Grants Program will increase the ability of residents in low-income urban and rural communities to participate in outdoor experiences at state parks and other public lands. And all of that sounds wonderful, but I was just curious, like, what exactly?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This particular grant will provide an opportunity for youth and residents to explore the outdoors. For example, state mountains, beaches. So part of the grant is to partnership, and we have a partnership with Nature for All, who are qualified to provide some of the experiences as per the grant. And we're seeking funding for the program. It's a 4-year program. So we're going to go ahead and seek for a maximum allocation of $700,000, and it'll give our youth an opportunity to explore the outdoors.
Okay, now I understand. So it's to visit outside of state parks and
Beaches.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay.
It could be hiking, overnight camping.
Oh, I love it.
And it includes all expenditures associated with the trips and excursions that they may have.
Well, for the sake of time, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve then.
Second, but before we do that, just really quickly, is Nature for All is a great organization, that works here. Part of, besides the excursions and getting folks of color and minorities out into the wilderness, is also a huge educational component for them. So it's not just, visiting the beaches or visiting the mountains and camping. There is a educational component. So the youth and their family begin to understand, the dynamics and the responsibilities of being a good steward of the good earth. So thank you.
Is there a roll call?
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila, Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Great, thank you. And then we have item number 12.
That would be me. Thank you, Mayor. So, okay, the reason I pulled this is I have a question on why, or the 16,832 for the plans, because I know we made a minor change. Went from 60 to 40. Can you tell me what that 16,832 is covering? What kind of, is it major changes they're doing in this plan, or? I mean, I don't recall major changes.
Yeah. Good question, Councilmember Avila. So as you recall, we've had several meetings regarding density within the downtown specific plan. And in working with the consultant, this last study session that we had, the housing element consultant moved forward with amending and changing the housing element document per council direction. So that gave me the green light to work with the consultant to figure out what the additional changes would be in the downtown specific plan. There were some changes to exhibits within the document that needed to be made so that way the document was clear. And some of those changes included depictions of buildings, and again, per council direction with respect to height and density. So we went thoroughly through the document to make sure that no other changes needed to be made. So that way the document was clear at the end of the day. In addition to that, the changes to the document, the environmental consultants were already given the green light way back when to start the CEQA process. But with these changes requires them to go back and modify so that way it addresses the new density cap of 40 units per acre from the 60 going down to 40 from the
40.
existing 30. So there's some costs there. In evaluating moving forward with this plan for adoption in February, we did take into consideration the additional time and effort to prepare those documents for adoption in the coming months.
Okay, and how much have we paid them today? What was the original cost? Is it the 285 that we? paid?
Yes, so in the staff report, as it's indicated, as originally approved by the council, their scope and budget for preparation of the plan was 285,200. And then there's 24,800 respectively to the planning consulting firm that assisted us in obtaining the grant, and also management of the grant and reporting to the state. So out of that $310,000 that the city was awarded under the grant, that 24,800 was taken out from the 310. Then it's listed under special funds 235. So under the approved budget of 328,005, 42,805 was allocated out of the general plan fund. So that way the grant, so that way it's offset by special funds and also by the general plan fund.
So of
There's
course-
grant funds and special funds.
Of course, I don't know how to write these plans, and I don't know what type of work it takes and how much work they had to put into it to make the changes and the adjustments. It just seems that we've already paid so much, and now they're adding another $16,000, almost $17,000 to change the plan, that I would think changing the wording. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Did you try to negotiate a lower price too?
Yeah, I will say in my experience working with these types of consultants, you know, we are prudent and we are cognizant of the fees that the costs that are associated with these changes. Again, we didn't anticipate the additional meetings that it would require as originally scoped. So it took us a while. We're off schedule right now, but also respectful of their professional expertise and their time as they help us work through accomplishing this study.
Okay, I just wanted an explanation on why it was so much more money added. Again, in my head, it's not a lot of changes, but apparently what they're doing, it involves a lot more and entails a lot of work. So that was my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize, these are conservative. For example, you know, at the end of the day, when this is all closed out, it's not that every penny is going to be spent. So whatever is unspent is going to go back into the general plan fund. So we are cognizant of those costs when it comes time to close out the grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For that. Okay, I'd like to make motion to pass item number 12.
Second. City Clerk, roll call.
Mayor, okay. All right. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Avila, Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez. Thank you.
All right, thank you to that, 5-0. I believe we are on to item number 13. This is the Garvey property.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I just want to ask staff, you know, what's the expected timeline to repay back the Fund 200? We're taking out a loan, so
Right.
I'd love to
So,
know what the estimated time is to repay that back.
so we, I mean, this is just a rough, for now, within the next 3 years.
Okay.
just a rough, depending on loan repayments, but just to give you an idea.
Not a problem. If I could just ask staff to just give us a little memo in regards to that.
Okay.
With a little bit more clarity. And also, again, the Fund 200 is what again for my recollection?
So the low mod and the future development fund. So we're borrowing from the future development fund to pay back the low mod.
And we have money to make this loan, correct?
So the low mod will be able to pay back. I'm saying 3 years, council member, but we'll look at the expected repayment.
Got it.
At least the scheduled repayment of loans. And then we can give you a better timeline on when it can pay back.
And we're paying that back through the general fund?
No, it's a direct.
Direct. Okay, perfect. If you just put that in the memo, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to move item 13 forward.
Councilmember Hernandez, before you make a motion, I have got a question.
Please go on. Sir.
Enrique, so this is a loan. I thought we had this fund. I was under the impression that we had the money to pay for this cash without having to obtain a loan.
Well, on the books, it's going to be structured as a loan. The low mod fund, Councilmember Damian, is strictly used for housing related projects. The future development fund is essentially wide open in eligibility for any kind of project, including economic development related projects, not just housing. So it behooves to use a housing based fund to pay for a housing related project and maintain the ability to tap the future development fund as we look at many possibilities in the city that could be for a non-housing purpose, that could be for economic development purposes. That's why the paying back.
Got it. Understood. Okay. If nobody has any questions, I will second Councilmember Hernandez's motion with his direction.
So there's hold on, City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there is a small correction that our Senior Deputy City Clerk would like to read into the record so that we're completely accurate about the numbers, because there's a typographical error in one of the numbers that were put out in the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I wanted to just add that there is an addendum, item number 13, to the item number 13, and the addendum is to add the escrow and the counter offer in the total amount of $2,155,184,000. And that is consistent with the recommendation. I just did want to clarify that that is a total purchase price.
Great, thank you. So Councilmember, just to verify, what was your motion? Hernandez?
It's just to approve item 13 as is
Okay, great.
with the addendum.
Great, okay. I just do want to make sure that we, I know staff has been working on it, but I do want to clarify that we want to get direction to start working on the overnight parking here with best practices and in conjunction, in partnership with our PD so that they can be involved in it and best practices.
Mayor,
Yes,
I'd also like to ask that we bring back that briefing on the larger, kind of the more strategic plan when it comes to acquisitions
Yes.
and the funding available, the different types of funding restricted, what are the purposes? I just want to understand that more if we're going to be acquiring more properties. I think it's important for us to really, take a deeper dive into understanding what are the resources that are available to us? What is the purpose of these acquisitions? How will they fold into a larger plan and vision? If we can bring that.
Council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That's to be scheduled for next council meeting
Okay, great.
as well.
So those two items are not part of the motion, correct?
no,
No.
those are just,
No, they're just
direction.
comments.
Okay.
City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this moment, we are moving over to item 14. And this is approving an affordable homeownership expansion agreement with San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. And
Yep, I'm happy to take that.
let's go ahead.
Thank you.
And is Grant still here? Oh, just want to make your way to the podium.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Grant. This is again, just more clarification for my process. It's not about not about you necessarily. So again, we're authorizing or giving our chief executive officer appropriate fundings up to 3.5 million under the agreement. Just for my clarification, for each of these times, the council will then be reviewing where and which funding sources we'll be using for these type of projects.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez. So each specific proposal will have a staff report along with the proposal from Goodwill that will come to the city council to be approved individually. And so with this guidelines of the universe of the funding, we will propose how to fund it and from which one, but then you will have to approve it.
Perfect.
So it'll come back.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. And then I think the other part that we've talked about in regards to this process is, having a better understanding of a strategic plan as to how we're going to go towards moving with this 3.5 million, right? There was discussion in the past that we've all had of, revitalizing, a neighborhood, an entire neighborhood or so, versus piecemeal, right? So I look forward to, that discussion at a later time. But again, thank you for this clarification.
Great.
With that, I'd like to
So
move.
before you make your motion,
Yep,
I
sir.
do want to just thank Grant for being here. I believe Brian might have been with you earlier, unless I don't have my glasses on. But was he with you earlier? Oh, okay. I don't have my glasses on, sorry. But I do want to thank you for being here. And this is very exciting. I don't think this has ever been done before in our city or even in the region. This is a continuation to our very first project, which is the 12 units on Torch Street. So I look forward to breaking ground on that, and I look forward to working on this. I do want to remind you, though, that ARPA is on a time schedule of no more than 4 years. So you're going to have to go out there and spend, but all in good cause, right? So this is all going towards home repairs and potential street rehabilitations, streetwide rehabilitations, and of course, affordable homeownership opportunities for residents here and around our area. So I'm very excited for it. And I want to thank San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. I know I was at that ceremony a couple of weeks ago, and I got to see 4 families take the keys to their new homes, and it's a very nice moment. So I'm looking forward to more Baldwin Park families being able to do that. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I also want to thank Habitat for Humanity. Thank you, Grant, for being here. You're always here every time we have to discuss this. I'm very excited about the program. As I mentioned before, I've worked with Habitat for Humanity, and just seeing the faces of the new home ownership of somebody that thought they could never afford to purchase a home is just heartwarming. So I thank you for helping us bring this opportunity to our residents, and we're looking forward to first finishing the first project, of course, and seeing those happy faces, and then continuing with the rest of the projects that we have in mind. Thank you so much, Grant.
All right. Well, thank you, Grant. Appreciate that. Looking forward to our groundbreaking and on Torch Street. Councilmember Hernandez, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt item 14 as is.
Second, City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. City Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you have the floor on item 15.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I want to start off with, we definitely have been working in the city to have a rent control and something of a safety net for our community here in the city of Baldwin Park. And we have had community members very involved with LA Voice, being part of that movement here in the city of Baldwin Park to make sure that our community is being treated fairly, that the rents are not being overcharged, especially during this COVID time. We were successful in freezing the rent to make sure that nobody got a rent increase. And then the county also did it, the state did it. So we're excited, but we have to keep in mind that it takes community organization to do these type of things. People that know the community, people that are comfortable. As a community member, you need to be able to be comfortable to talk to somebody, to ask for help. And I think LA Voice has been instrumental. We had worked on this ordinance back since 2016. LA Voice has been pushing for a rent ordinance and rent control. And I have met and gone to several meetings with LA Voice and saw the work that they did. I also met with public counsel prior to all this being adopted in our city. I met with public counsel to guide us to see what to put in the ordinance. And public counsel is actually very good at not just only guiding us and giving us details on what should we be doing, but they go to court for our residents. So on this item here, the reason I pull this item is because I'm not familiar with this company that we're going with. I don't know how well they know our community. I don't know how we looked to them to seek this type of services. I want to pull this item because I really think we need to look for a service that knows our community. And I think LA Voice is one of those. They're not just somebody that comes in and charges so much money to provide services. They're actually our community. There are people that come here and speak out. And I know Robert has helped a few people to save them from being evicted. And that was thanks to LA Voice, because these people were comfortable enough to go to LA Voice and tell them, look, we have a problem, and they had nobody to run to. And they're comfortable seeking them because they're their own community members seeking help. So I think that we need to look into involving people that are already involved in our community, that know what our community is about and know what resources we need as a community. Again, I have worked with LA Voice. I know Ben and Carol went to one of the meetings with me with LA Voice because they had a lot of questions about the ordinance at one point. I know Mr. Hernandez has talked to LA Voice about the rent ordinance and all of that. And I have personally gone to meetings, like I said, and they work with public counsel, and public counsel is very involved in actually, like I said, going to court. So we need to find somebody that's going to work for our community, that fits our community. So I'd like to pull this item and compare what they're offering and compare to what LA Voice is offering and what the attorneys are offering from public counsel, to see the differences and to see what's a better fit for our community. So I'd like to move this item so we can do a better research on what we have already in our community, what's already serving our residents, and what's going to benefit us more. So I'm making a motion to pull this and do more research on who to bring here that knows our community better and that could do a better job for us. Not that they're not, I'm not saying they're not. I want to compare notes. I want to see what they offer, what they have done, what their track record is. I already know what the track record of public counsel is and the way they work, because like I said, personally, I've done it. So I'd like to make a motion to move item 15 and come back and offer other services if possible.
Mayor Pro Tem, before you make that motion, if I may.
Mhm.
Thank you. Again, LA Voice doesn't necessarily provide legal services unless I'm mistaken. So it wouldn't necessarily be them. This is for legal services.
Right.
Now,
So
my only concern is with the eviction moratorium ending, September 30th, that there are families that might need some assistance. So maybe what we can do with staff, I have no problem bringing this back. My only concern is that we have legal protection or services available for our residents between now and when we bring this back with, if it's legal counsel, I'm perfectly fine with that. That's not, I don't worry about that. But just that we provide some sort of gap for services in between that time that we, finalize this item with whoever that might be. And Ms.
It's a
Perhaps
great
the
thing.
city attorney could speak to that.
It's a great thing that you mentioned that about the moratorium ending at the end of September, which I have it at the end of the agenda
Yes,
to
that's correct.
discuss. Because LA County, and I have it right in front of me, just passed, and I'm gonna have the attorney discuss it because he knows it better. LA County just passed that they are moving that. It's not gonna be effective September 29th. So attorney, if you can speak about that for now.
Yes, Vice Mayor. On the LA County ordinance, LA County did pass an ordinance, very comprehensive, no rent increases, no rent evictions, essentially the status quo. And that covered from retroactive. So even though the states ended on September 30th, and even though ours ended on September 30th, the citizens of Baldwin Park are still protected by that county ordinance. And the county ordinance specifically identified incorporated cities within the city, within the county jurisdiction, which includes the city of Baldwin Park. So we don't have to do anything in order to fall under that jurisdiction. And I will be working with LA County to figure out who's going to enforce that in terms of the county. In the meantime, as you brought up, we do have our 5 panel firms that you selected previously, and they do have expertise as it relates to housing. So if something comes up like that, where we really need somebody to get defended or, get into litigation, I will be referring it out to our panel counsel that does the housing legal work as well.
Perfect. I appreciate that because as you all know, Robert, you personally know this because you defended a couple of these people even during the moratorium. So, I have no doubt that we're going to have constituents that are going to be facing the challenge of them trying to be evicted illegally without them necessarily having the recourse of services. So if we can just, again, just for staff's purpose, if we could just make people aware that, if those challenges exist between now and, the next service, the next time we see this item, that they could contact the city either through our hotline or a direct number. So that way we can provide those legal services in lieu of this until we finalize this contract. So I would certainly support your motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. And so, like I said, that was going to be at the end, but since we're already talking about it, that was under council comments, and that was going to be my direction actually to make sure that everybody gets notified about the ordinance not ending September 30th so that the tenants know what their rights are. And in the meantime, I really feel that public counsel can do a very good job with the city because they're already working with our residents. They already go to all these meetings and have contacted many residents that have had issues. They have a connection with us. And so they know us. And I feel that we need to compare the services each one of them are provided. I'm not saying that this is a horrible service that they're providing, the company that we have for item 15. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm just speaking from what I do know. And what I do know is that they do provide great services. They know our community and they have their heart into our community. And again, on the public council, we need to start notifying the tenants that they're okay for now until January 2022. And also the landlords, we need to send letters to all the landlords and let them know that the moratorium has not ended, that they cannot increase their rent. It's right now it's effective till January 2022, but they can change that and make it go further out into the year.
Mayor
And if
Pro
we can
Tem,
send those notifications, please.
if I may just speak from the staff perspective. I think we need both. I think we need a way of being able to deal with the onslaught of calls and questions that are coming up now, not just because the eviction protections seemingly having ended. It's just an awful lot of requests that are coming in that are best referred to someone who has a paralegal, maybe not a full legal defense type of thing, trial, court appearances, but some sort of paralegal service, which I think this entity does. Ben, if I am correct, or Carol, the fact is that we need help, and we need both. We need community, as you pointed out, we need community engagement that LA Voice definitely provides. I'm not saying that we have endless funding, but we should try to make both work if possible. We are swamped with the kinds of requests that are coming in to be able to provide timely help for tenants. That's all I'm saying. And, yes, well, of course, we want to do more as staff, but we're limited. So we do need immediate help, which is why, there's some time sensitivity to this, because otherwise we will be overwhelmed. We are already overwhelmed. That's all I'm saying. But we definitely need LA Voice's help.
And I'm not just talking LA Voice. Sorry, it's not public speaking. I'm not talking just LA Voice. A public council, it's actually an entity it's public council. They help, and they have been helping residents in the city of Baldwin Park already, and they're in close contact with LA Voice. So we can contact public council already. They're already providing services. And that's what I mean by that. It's somebody that already knows the situation in the city of Baldwin Park. I can get you that number so we can reach out to public council to see the services, and they have provided free services to our residents already. It's just that our residents don't know about these services. The ones that are attending LA Voice, they're informed, but we have to find a way to get the word out there more and actually refer these people to the public council so they can support.
We thought that this would allow us to direct them to do the things we want them to do, but
That's why I'm not clear exactly on everything. I have questions on everything that they provide, and I don't know that it's enough services for our residents here in the city of Baldwin Park. I just want to make sure that it's all the services.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilmember Damian.
Is there anyone here from NLSL LA to answer questions, or would these be directed to Ben?
Carol, are they available? Are they here tonight?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We don't have anybody from Neighborhood Legal Services from LA, but I just wanted to explain. This organization is a nonprofit organization. They have been already working with some residents here in Baldwin Park. They actually cover the entire county of LA, the San Gabriel Valley, the Pomona area. So their closest office is in Almonte. They have offices in Glendale and in LA. So they do provide legal services. They provide eviction services. So they have about 30 attorneys that can provide this service. Under the program, the CDBG program, we're required to have some sort of fair housing organization as well. So they also are connected to the organization that has been approved under the CDBG program, which is the Housing Rights Center. So those two organizations work together, and we allocated a portion of the CDBG COVID money just for them to assist us with the evictions and other issues that Baldwin Park residents may have, that they're legal issues. But we still can allocate other funding to other organizations. We just wanted to kind of like start helping residents with the big flow of inquiries that we are receiving.
Carol, so I have a couple of questions. So under this contract and this agreement, the $50,000 that are going to be paid to NLSLA, I see that there's a virtual monthly clinic. Is that all they're going to be doing, or is that just a portion of the services they're going to be providing?
That is just a portion of the services that they will be providing.
And will they be in multiple languages, or will they only be in English?
They do have attorneys that are Spanish speakers. And we can coordinate with them and make sure that they do have, if they set up a workshop, that they will have translators, or if they're gonna do it in English or Spanish.
Yeah, because
And
so these are things that obviously before we go in agreement, I mean, we got to look through the contract. We need to make sure that the language is on there stating that these virtual monthly clinics are going to be held in multiple languages, and specify which ones, because then we don't want to come to the point to where there's one of these virtual clinics and they say, oh, one of our Spanish speaking translators were not available for this. That's one. My second question was the assignments of cases to their housing teams for higher level representation at their hearings. So does this mean that if there is a need for a hearing, the tenants will be provided representation at those hearings?
they can assign an attorney that can go and represent them during the hearings if there are some evictions. The Neighborhood Legal Services also receives other funding. I believe that they receive some county funding as well for to provide legal services throughout the county. But yes, they will be assigning attorneys that can go and represent them, represent the families that are being evicted when they have to show to court or in court.
So they will be provided representation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But we also need to make sure that that's included in the language, that representation will be provided. The other one shows in some cases, refer and or direct residents to NLSLA as needed for assistance with legal issues as they arise. But this will be subject to NLSLA's capacity and resource limitations. How can we be assured that all tenants needing this assistance aren't always turned away because of the capacity or because of the resource limitations? Those are things that, you know, we need to look into. We need to make sure that we are guaranteed that if these tenants are referred to them, they're not going to be turned away because they don't have, you know, the capacity or the resource, or, you know, or they're limited on resources. Can you touch a little bit on what is the Self-Help Center? Is that something that will apply here?
I don't think that they included the Self-Help Center in our contract.
I did some research on this company, and I've seen a lot of negative feedback from tenants that they've assisted around the county. So there's still a lot of questions here that, honestly, to me, this seems kind of vague. It doesn't really assure us that our residents, our tenants are going to be assured with the services. So the language for me is a little vague on this. I would really like to explore other opportunities and see what else is out there. And I would really like to see the language not be so vague, something that is going to guarantee that our tenants and our residents are going to be provided these services, because some of the complaints that I've read from some tenants have been that they were told they were going to be assisted, but when they showed up, they were turned away. And to me, reading the language on this, that concerns me. So for me, at this point in time, I'm not comfortable passing this one. I know it's urgent. I know we need to have legal services for our tenants, but I think that we need to explore maybe other possibilities or change the language on this one if this is the best one.
Councilmember Damian?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but so we're talking about a nonprofit, and it's LA County based, which means that they probably have a lot of people. So do they take care of people pro bono?
No, they receive funding from different sources, including the county, to provide services, legal services.
So they provide free legal services to residents?
Yes.
So then, and then we're going to give them a $50,000 contract. So does that mean that we're guaranteed that they will treat our residents with a little bit more priority since we're paying them for it, or are they just gonna kind of go into the general pool?
We can, like, Councilmember Damian said, we can clarify with them and, reinforce that language in regards to the guarantee of, the services that they will provide just to, Baldwin Park residents.
Okay. Councilmember Damian, were you finished or were you gonna have more comments?
No, I'm done on my end.
So I mean, I know it's urgent. I've spoken to a lot of residents that are facing a lot of rent increases as well. From my understanding, city manager, you have a capacity to spend $24,999. It sounds like most of us are not comfortable with the scope of services or the way it's defined. In my opinion, it would be best to just hold off on this contract, get a better scope of it, get better information in the details. And as of now, if there's an urgent item, I know that lately we've had our city attorney write these letters, but we could potentially have one of our on-call services, and there might be a better level of service going to an attorney that's not possibly, having pipeline structure difficulties with the amount of clients that are coming through.
We can do that, Mr. Mayor. And in fact, I mean, the CDBG eligibility, I know you pointed that out, that it has to be a nonprofit organization, right?
Yes.
For us to be able to use CDBG funds, which is what we were using here, but
But in the meantime,
figure
we do have attorneys that can help our residents. I know, like I said, Robert has helped our residents. We have somebody in place that we can pick up the phone and say, hey, right now, as I know, there's a whole apartment complex that has issues that I've been talking to Ben about.
Right.
So we need to direct one of our attorneys to look into that. In the meantime, that we figure out who's providing the best service possible. Like Mr. Damian said, it's vague here. This information of what they're providing, it's too vague. So we need more specifics. And then when we get information from public counsel and what they can provide and what LA Voice is doing as a whole, we can make a better decision. But we do have services that we can be providing for our residents, which we will need, because I already know of certain apartment complexes that already have foot in the door. They already send out their notifications to raise the rent for the month of October. So we need attorneys on that already, working with these apartment complexes.
very good.
Meantime, so again, my motion is to move this item and get clarification on what they're offering, and then see what public counsel that is already working with our community can offer for us as well.
Second.
City Clerk, roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez. Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we are on to item number 6, and that is the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust State Budget earmark of 20 million to address an affordable housing shortage and homeless crisis in the San Gabriel Valley. And I believe this is directly related to our recent acquisition. So Ben, do you want to just kind of let us know what we're doing here?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, there's,
too many reports tonight.
No
this
worries.
is,
This
sorry,
is item number
Mayor, this is for item number 16.
15. That was already approved, I think.
So item 15 was the CDBG, and then I believe I pulled item 16. So when I made the motion,
Okay.
I said,
Hey, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I found it.
no worries.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, I think happy to announce that the pilot program that has been discussed with the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust is now been announced. The funding of 20 million in earmark for pilot programs to assist the homeless population is available. And actually just, I think yesterday, the application, the letter of intent process and application was announced. So we have that in hand. So we will be able to bring that. We will be able to draft that letter and that application, bring it to the city council at the next city council meeting on October 20th and get your go ahead. The idea would be to use, to put in an application to develop a program for the recently acquired Garvey property that was just certified this evening. So a lot happening very quickly, but we seem to, be in good shape, perfect position to apply for this grant. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just thought it was important to let everybody know that we are pushing to find every available pot of funding as we look to minimize housing insecurity. And that some of our speakers earlier tonight mentioned the homeless issue, so wanted them to know that. Does anybody have a comment?
Mayor, I just want to add that I think the briefing that we're going to receive at the next meeting on the bigger picture of housing, I think that it will also support this item, right, Ben, because it gives us a plan, and it's not just one project. Or is this, can we apply to these funds per project, or can we apply based on, kind of, this is our plan, we would like to create affordable housing in this area, you know what I mean? Something larger vision.
Yeah, the plan that you're referring to, we're drafting that as we speak. That will be a larger vision.
Right.
This particular earmark of funding from the Regional Housing Trust is for homeless, serving the homeless population types of projects. So we do have to make a specific application, one project type of thing.
It's project by project.
Project by project.
Okay.
But we will have that larger discussion that everything housing related and all the funding sources that are at our disposal. And we will, have that discussion.
Okay. And the reason why I ask is because if we have a larger strategic plan, perhaps part of that plan, there are 3 projects that we have identified as serving the homeless. Some not, or some that will be affordable for low to very low income, or some could be like the Habitat for Humanity, kind of. So having a larger plan, I think that's what I mean about us being able to really leverage and not just take it piece by piece. But thank you though.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So motion to pass item number 16. Can I get a second? City Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian. Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, 5-0. Thank you, City Clerk. At this moment, we move on to our staff reports. And the first report is a request to the City Council from the Planning Commission on amendment to the City of Baldwin Park Municipal Code, Chapter 127 and Chapter 153. Ben, are you taking the floor on this? Or Ron?
Thank you. We're going to bring back our city planner, Ron Garcia, Mr. Mayor, to introduce this item. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, just wait for the PowerPoint to come up. Can you go to the 3rd slide, David, please? So as you mentioned, Mayor, the applicant Baldwin Park Distribution, AKA Ease, sorry, it's a little difficult speaking with this mask, is requesting the City Council amend the City of Baldwin Park's Municipal Code, Chapter 127 and 153, related to commercial cannabis use. The modifications results in the reduction of distance requirements from 50 feet to 20 feet for a cannabis distribution site to a dwelling unit within a residential zone, and also increase the maximum size of a cannabis distribution facility from 22,000 square feet to 40,000 square feet. In conjunction, while we were reviewing the applicant's request, we also have a staff request in that we made some minor grammatical amendments to ensure consistency throughout the chapter 153 and 127 related to cannabis use. Again, the applicant's request is to reduce the distance to a commercial cannabis distribution facility from 50 feet to 20 feet. And again, second, to increase the maximum building size, 22,000 square feet to 40,000 square feet. Again, we are asking for those minor amendments throughout the chapter for 127 and 150. Next slide, please. Here's the subject site located at 14030 Live Oak Avenue. It's on the northern portion of the city. On the left, you see an aerial view of the facility. To the south of that is single-family residences. You can see on the right, which is what we have prepared as a cannabis map for purposes of understanding where cannabis uses are located throughout the city. So in this one depiction, you can see the property to the north, and then single-family residential zoning to the south. Next slide. A little background on the cannabis program here in Baldwin Park. In August of 2017, the City Council approved adding Chapter 127 to the municipal code to allow for commercial cannabis in all industrial, commercial, and industrial zones. In November of 2019, the City Council amended Chapters 127 and 153 and reduced the distance requirement from 50 feet to 25 feet for residential structures in residential zones to manufacturing of edible cannabis products. That's the last amendment that's been processed so far to date. And again, this just gives you a general overview of where cannabis use is allowed throughout the city. You'll notice on the northern portion, which is industrial commercial, some areas on the east, and then in the southern portion of the city, adjacent to the I-10 freeway and also the 605. Next slide. So in considering the proposed amendment, state law specific to the California Business and Professional Code Section 26054 sets distance and to sensitive uses. And again, those include 600-foot radius to a school, daycare center, or youth center, unless a licensed authority or local jurisdiction specifies a different radius. It also doesn't set a minimum distance to a residential use or zone. And there's also no maximum size limitation for commercial cannabis distribution facilities. In processing the code amendment, staff surveyed 16 cities related to distance requirements for cannabis. Of those cities, 9 had zero distance to residential structures, and the remaining did not allow for cannabis distribution within their ordinance. The applicant did hold a community meeting on April 29, 2021, and also went door-to-door outreach in May of 2021. All the owners and occupants within 300 feet of that parcel were notified surrounding the subject site. And lastly here, the proposed amendment will not affect the zoning or general plan designation of the subject property or affect any of the industrial or commercial designations located throughout the city. Next slide. So in summary, staff recommends that the council amend the city's municipal code, chapter 127 and 153 related to commercial cannabis use. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on September 8, 2021. The commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval to the city council. I want to end with that the applicant is present for any further questions. I'm available for any further questions. The applicant has prepared a brief presentation at the council's request if needed, but we're here for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ron. If staff has any comments, questions, or concerns, or council?
Mayor, I just want to say that we've heard this item at least a couple of times in the past, and we've had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions and work through some of the, I guess, challenges and, identify solutions. And so I don't have any questions at this time.
Great. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So the new distance, the way that it's specified under the ordinance is that it's from structure, it's from building to building. So it's not from property line to property line. So it's the building. It's a distance requirement. Yeah, you can look at it as a setback, yes. That is correct. Yeah, theoretically, yes. So Good question. So the generally the overall setback for single family residential zones is 5 feet from the side property line, 25 feet from the rear property line, and between 15 and 20 feet for the front setback. And that's the residential structure to the property line itself. So the rear yard, usually typically you have rear yard setbacks because you don't want to allow building structures from the edges of the side and the rear. So you want to allow for some buffer, some open space for light and air. That's the whole meaning behind setbacks. And again, overall, that's the true meaning for setbacks, is to allow for light and air and buffer requirements. So that way you have some side yard, rear yard, and some front yard area. You can imagine if you were able to build, from, corner to corner, what the property would look like. So.
Right. So if my house is sitting and I have a big backyard, so my setbacks are only going to be 25 from that building, because that's going to be, for what I see, that it's going to be a big building. So that building is going to go into my backyard. So now those 25 feet, it's pretty much what you're offering from a residential. It just doesn't make sense in my head that you're allowing a cannabis manufacturer to come into my neighborhood and set shop and allow them to be so close to my home, so close to my children, so close to my pets. And when we're building another house, and I recall 15 years ago when I built my house, that the setbacks, I wanted to push my house further towards the wall, and they said, no, you can't, because you need to give them privacy. And this is a home, but now you're telling me a cannabis business can come and sit only 25 feet. That's not a lot away from my window. And if I have a 2-story house, I can see into that cannabis building, and that's okay. I honestly am not okay with this. I don't think cannabis has any business being near a residential area. That is my belief. And I think to change the ordinance, that just opens it up for them to set shop near any one of our houses, because now we're giving them that opportunity. 50 feet, I'm still not okay with it, but it's more doable. And 25, I'm definitely not okay with that. So those are my comments. It's not something I want to have my family living near or any of my students from the school district living near. A lot of people probably don't come out and speak about it because they don't understand or they don't even know about what's going on or how close it is that it's going to be to their home or what's even happening inside that building. So I just think it's too risky. It's just not a good thing for our city to have that type of setback from a cannabis building to a residential building. So I'm completely against this, and I'm completely against changing the setbacks for this item. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Protem. Is there anybody else looking to comment?
Mr. Mayor, if we may, I think we have the applicant here, so perhaps they can provide a little bit of input while we've gone, as we've done for all the other processes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Is it on? Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm open to answer any questions in addition to the concerns that you had with the type of operations and the setbacks. Just to clarify, our operation is a distribution hub, which is ultimately a warehouse holding product. So there really wouldn't be any shop. There would be no business conducted at that location. It would really just be a place where vans would drop off product and then vans would pick up product to then spread to a larger network of either dispensaries or manufacturers. So again, it would be like a grocery store hub before it goes to the actual grocery store, where you would see minimal trucks, minimal noise, no smells, really no idea or concept of it being a cannabis operation unless you worked there and walked through there.
Really quickly, do you mind just putting on your mask? Sorry about that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Please continue.
Yeah, and so any additional questions? I completely understand the kind of sensibilities of communities not wanting cannabis right next door to them or having their kids exposed to certain operations and or products. Being that this is a warehouse setting distribution operation, the only people that would typically know that anything related to cannabis is going on in that business would be the folks operating that establishment. And again, there's no front door, no operations, no sales being, happening there, simply just a warehouse to hold product before it goes to the dispensaries where folks can get legal access. 21 years of age, of course.
I understand it's a warehouse. It's just that we're opening it up for more of this business to be near our homes.
Right.
And like I said, I'm just not okay with that type of business. To make it clear, if I would have been one to vote for cannabis to come into Baldwin Park, when it first came to Baldwin Park, I would have voted no.
Absolutely.
So now it's here, and like I've talked to the distributors and I told them, but now you're in Baldwin Park and I want to make sure you're successful. But now here we are accommodating, changing it and making it, bringing it closer to our homes, to our children, whether you're manufacturing or just have it packed up, ready to go in a truck. You can't compare it to a grocery store. And yes, grocery store has alcohol or what have you, but it doesn't compare. That comparison doesn't match to me. So just the idea to change it from 50 to 25, that means we're not just changing it for you. That means we're changing it for anybody else wanting to come to Baldwin Park, because now they're going to see, if I live where I live, for example, let's say they sell the lot.
Yeah.
And they demolish the two homes next to me and they have 25 or 20 feet to put a distribution center. They're going to put it next to my house. And so now we're opening it up for that they can be placed in any area as long as it's 20 feet away from my wall. It's going to be okay. When I walk by to the store, I'm going to walk right by there where all those trucks are coming out or coming in with whatever it is that you're distributing. And I understand it's a business and I understand you need to make money. I completely understand, but I don't want it in the neighborhoods.
No,
I want it near the houses, and 20 feet is in my backyard.
I completely understand that. Again, I completely and will never deny the sensibilities of one's community. And I understand what you want to protect yours from. Again, I understand your position on cannabis as a whole. You've made very clear. I think for us, it's about being as responsible and transparent as an operator as possible. To your point about someone knocking buildings down and then building something 20 yards from your home, I would imagine it would have to go through the gambit of city permitting for that to even happen. So I'm sure you'd have a lot more time to kind of weigh in and dictate how that would look in the event that folks knock something down to build something up next door to you. Again, we're here to just pose us as a good operator, one that would love to provide jobs in the community, as well as uplift the issues and concerns of your community that you care about. Again, we want to be as sensible and relatable as possible, but more importantly, serve the community and not just glean from it. So our goal is to be open and aware of all your concerns and to mitigate them to the best of our ability. And always have an open door and are open to any of your concerns or questions moving forward. Again, we want to be responsible. We want to understand and protect your kids and your community, but also provide Baldwin Park with not only legal access to a product, but also high-paying, competitive, union-protected jobs.
And I understand that. Like I said, I understand your business, and I understand that you need to make money, and I want you to be successful, but I don't want you to be successful 20 feet away from a home. I want the ordinance to stay as is, the 50 feet away from a property line or a home. So I'm not against you being successful. I'm not against you continuing to run your business. I know a lot of people use this for medical reasons or what have you. That is not the situation.
Right.
The situation is that for me, we're just bringing it closer and closer and closer to our homes.
Well, I promise
Not
no
okay.
one will start a distribution on your front porch or anywhere near it. So in any sense that you feel uncomfortable or have concerns with us or any of our operations, of course, we're more than open to host you and show you kind of what we plan on doing to mitigate any of those concerns. Again, I don't think that today I'll be able to kind of rid you of those concerns, but moving forward, we'd like to be a partner in making sure that we are a shining example of how to operate in your city to make you as comfortable as can be.
I want you to understand, and that's not you personally making
Oh, no,
me
I get it. No, I
uncomfortable
get it.
or
I
your
completely understand.
company. It's the whole ordinance situation here that as the city we're
Right.
trying to change that makes me uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
It's not, I'm over the situation that I don't want cannabis in Baldwin Park. You're already here.
Right.
I'm uncomfortable with this changing of the ordinance. And why do we have to do this? There's no need for that. We're okay with the 50 feet.
Right.
We shouldn't have to accommodate and bring you closer to my house, closer to my backyard. We shouldn't have to do that. If you want to run business, then find a location where it's 50 feet away from properties where there's children. Right now, we just passed we're trying to pass an ordinance and we haven't passed it. It's on here for smoke free because we're trying to protect our children.
Absolutely.
I work for the school district and I know there is a problem with children vaping. I know there's a problem with children using this type of services. I know there is for a fact.
Right.
So I'm completely not comfortable with us as a city making it okay for you to bring it closer to me, even though there's certain feet distance that it has to be away from the schools. It's still not enough. It's not far away enough for me. So as respectful as you are, and I totally hear you, I'm still not okay with it.
I completely understand. I thank you for your time and your thoughts. And again, we're open to any of those moving forward.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilmember Damian.
I do have a question. So this is not just pertaining to the applicant on Live Oak. This is basically for us to change the ordinance as a whole for anyone, correct?
For specific distribution operators, I would believe, right? So this is a code change for distribution.
Councilmember Damian, that you are correct. So it's not only specific to this site, but it's for all sites that are industrial and commercial zoned, and specific to cannabis distribution facilities. This does not include cultivation or manufacturing.
How many distributors do we currently have in the city? Is it just one?
Just one right now.
And my concern for that is with the current applicant that we have, I'm not too concerned with the residential portion of it, only because I myself just live down the street from there, literally walking distance. And the location that this current applicant has is an ideal location for what it's serving, right? For the distribution portion of it, because it's in the outer skirts of the city. So it's not centered in the city anywhere. However, my concern is that if another applicant comes in and it's more centrally located in the city, that concerns me more, because now you're 20 feet from all residential versus literally just being out in the, the current applicant. Like I said, it's a great location for them there, which for me, I had no problem reducing the feet from 50 to 20. But doing it as a whole for other distributors to come in and not know what locations they're going to have, knowing that they're going to have the ability to be able to be 20 feet from residential, that concerns me. I don't know if I can support a whole different ordinance change. I thought this was just for one particular applicant, but not knowing any future distributors that may be coming into the city and their locations, and knowing that they have the ability to be just 20 feet from residential, which can be residential to the left, residential to the right, residential to the front of them or the back of them, that concerns me. So I don't know if I can
You
support.
ask your question.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Garcia.
I'm not, did Councilmember Damian finish his comments?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. Along the lines of taking this project by project when it comes to distribution, is it possible to include language in the amendment that would allow up to, or reducing it, I guess, up to 20 feet from residential, but giving the discretion to the city based on the project? So that I think that could possibly address some of the concerns. So I think that could possibly address some of the concerns too. I agree that when I look at this applicant and this site, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's right off of Live Oak. The ingress egress will be on this major thoroughfare. It won't impact residential neighborhoods as far as the distribution. And so I think that this project, it makes sense. Could we, in the ordinance language, in the amendment to the ordinance, could we do something along the lines of we could allow, I'm trying to think of the words, but up to 20 feet, from residential, but we would have the discretion to say, okay, for this project, we actually would only allow 45 feet from the residence or residential property, or you know what I'm saying? So can we build in a range?
Like a sliding scale.
Kind of
Yeah.
to provide some discretion, and then we can include some conditions of approval so that it allows us to have a little bit more control. Because I think that's what I'm hearing.
Either
I'll
that,
refer to the city attorney on that, in incorporating that language. I think because it is a development agreement at the very end, you should be able to work that in, but I'll refer to the city attorney.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do would be to work with Ms. Silva, and, get her input onto this. I think that'd be a very good idea. I do know that you can't treat one person differently than another, right? You
Right.
can't say, oh, well, one person can be 20 feet, but another person has to be this many feet. I know that's not going to work, but I do think there's some flexibility in this, and I think you could refer that to Ms. Silva, and she'll be able to help you.
would we be able to maybe pre-select sites around the city? Maybe kind of map it out to where we look at sites kind of like the one at Live Oak, and look at those sites and kind of pre-select sites for distribution and say, these are the areas where you're allowed to be within 20 feet for distribution or something along the lines, because obviously we can't give one person one thing and another a different. It's not gonna look good. But it's either that or we don't give anybody the opportunity. And to me, I'm just concerned about the locations and the 20 feet from any of those. So if maybe we can pre-select locations within the city that are kind of more of an industrial area and more on the outer skirts of the city, I think that would avoid any potential conflicts with our youth or our kids around the inner city.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Damian, Councilmember Garcia, are you guys done with your questions?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarification, again, I'm echoing the sentiments of my colleagues, at least Councilmember Damian and Councilmember Garcia at this point, is I'm perfectly fine with this location and this applicant at that location. But just for clarification, if we were to move forward with as is, right, and I certainly support what Councilmember Garcia and Councilmember Damian have mentioned in regards to pre-selecting. Currently, the way it sits now, if we were to move forward, we've already pre-selected the industrial or the cannabis zones in which people can go in already, correct?
That is correct, and that's a good point.
So again, just for clarification, no cannabis distributor, besides this applicant or any other applicant that wants to come in, they would only be able to go into those pre-selected cannabis zones that the city has already selected. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I want to make one note to that comment is, even though the designation allows for cannabis use, they still have to comply with the development standard. So even if it isn't in that area, it may not even qualify because it may be within 600 feet of a sensitive use. So it gives you that general overview that if you look in this area, if you happen to find a spot that meets the criteria, then you can move forward.
Right. And again, the city / the planning commission would have a crack at the apple or bite at the apple, right, to review that. Then, of course, staff, right, through your professional services. And then ultimately the council would then be looking at that also for a third review, essentially. So it's not to say that distribution sites, I've visited distributors, cannabis distributors. They are nothing, like a cultivation or manufacturing, at least in my experience. The smells are non-existent, at least in my experience, versus cultivation and manufacturing. So again, this specific site with this specific vendor, I feel very comfortable. And I know they did a lot of, the outreach that that the council asked to do. And they did that, rightfully so. And again, the neighbors in that area would not necessarily know what would be going on unless, and for only the request that the council requested for them to go out, door knock, flyer, and provide the community outreach, which I think is a very good process and good practice for all future cannabis business, regardless. Because again, we're able to provide, we're fully transparent, and that way we can share with the community in that neighboring community what's going on, what may be happening or may not, right? And that's the reason for why we went through this process. So again, I'm in support of this particular vendor and this particular location, especially because I know, speaking with them in past and with others, is they do provide union jobs, right? Good solid paying jobs that provide benefits and other educational opportunities. And I do know that for a fact, as they've mentioned through all of the conversations that they've had at the council in presentation, that they want to be a community player. They want to be very much involved in supporting various programs, whether it's a Santa Claus, whatever it might be. I just know that it's not something, unlike some of the other folks that we've been talking about earlier, at least in closed session. These folks, have the capital to be successful. And I certainly want to take advantage of this opportunity of, again, showing to the region and showing to other cities that this can be possible and can be done in a successful way that actually benefits the city and not necessarily harm the community. And I certainly value all the comments, and I agree with many of the comments that Mayor Pro Temp has mentioned, because I would feel the same way too. But just again, just for the clarity, and I appreciate the work that staff has done. So I think there's still some discussion that we want to have in regards to bringing back this item perhaps to understand some of that language for future. But I think at this point, it almost sounds like we might be able to move forward with something that again doesn't harm the residents, because this is a distribution facility versus a manufacturing cultivation, which would be a lot different because again, the smells and other things are around that nature. And as you noted, we've already pre-selected locations throughout the city, and we could always certainly narrow those down if we have to. That have already been identified that are suitable in, or at least in the city's eyes, for these type of businesses. So those are my comments. Thank you.
If I could comment, Councilmember Hernandez. As I indicated in the presentation, as the council amended the ordinance a couple of years ago to reduce, and that was only for that specific use, which is for manufacturing of edibles. And it was the bakery, which reduced the distance from 50 feet to 25 feet. So all the mitigation measures, noise, air quality, it applies to distribution facilities across the board as if it were a manufacturing use. Even though it is a distribution use, it's lower in intensity comparison to your manufacturing, your cannabis manufacturing or cultivation uses.
And that's the bread maker, correct?
That is correct,
The
yes.
former large brand bread maker.
Right. So if the council were to move forward with this ordinance, any applicant, any future applicants for cannabis distribution are required to comply with all those mitigation measures as specifically indicated in that ordinance for compliance with the state and also with the city's ordinance.
Got it. And he's been so far a good business partner, bread maker, the bread maker.
That is correct. Yeah. And yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just add, I do want to state for the record that I support what is being recommended to us tonight. I feel like we've vetted this project, we've vetted this potential partner. And as I've mentioned in the past, I've served on the planning commission even before I was a council member, and there were many applications that came before the planning commission. I'm sure they still do, where there's like a shared boundary between industrial and residential. And, I think that our city has done a good job of making sure that we add conditions of approval to protect our neighborhoods, our residential neighborhoods. And I'm positive that we would continue to do that. And I also want to say that residents who have moved into an area that, it's pretty obvious that there's industrial in the area as well. So this is a lighter industrial use with distribution as compared to some of the heavier industrial uses that we've seen in our city. And, that would produce the odor, that would produce contaminants and things like that. So distribution is a lighter industrial use, and I want to point that out. And so I love the idea of, having a corridor along, let's say, Live Oak or Arrow Highway, if that was possible, because it supports, the traffic and vehicles, the circulation. But if we can't do that, then let's look at, like I mentioned, the language that gives us some discretion. And I think that's what Councilmember Damian is wanting here, is wanting to have more control over the decision-making process for future projects that we may not foresee at the moment. But I just wanted to state for the record that I support it as is. If if we need to engage in a consensus building exercise here, those are a couple of suggestions to do that.
One thing I'd like to note on one of your comments is the on Live Oak. If David, if you can bring up the slide, I think it's important for everyone to understand the zoning, the designations. So all along Arrow, there's a common misconception in the city. There's and you guys know very well that there are residential uses that are south of Arrow that are mixed in with really heavy industrial uses. Per the general plan, so you have legal non-conforming residential structures on industrial, commercial, and industrial zone properties. So those properties exist. So on the northern side, it's kind of small, and I apologize, I could have zoomed in on this one. You go to the next one, David. So here you see in this, essentially everything in the middle. There's no, there aren't any industrial or industrial commercial zoning designations. What you see in the green areas, the darker green, that is where cannabis would be allowed if it met the criteria. And you see on the northerly side along Arrow, you see all those properties that are industrially zoned. So you have, you can see as you go further south, there's a lot of properties that have residential structures that are legal non-conforming. As the code was written, you can have a cannabis facility operate adjacent to a industrial, commercial, or industrial zoning designation within a residential structure on the property. So you can only apply that distance requirement if it's from a residentially zoned property with a residential structure and adjacent to that an industrial commercial. So if you have an industrially, I want to confuse you, if you have an industrially zoned commercial site adjacent to another industrially zoned commercial site, but it has a residential structure, you can't apply the buffer. It's only if it's a residentially zoned property with a residential structure. And usually, predominantly, that's all located on the northern side of Arrow. And so you don't see that on the westerly side of the city where it's Los Angeles, and then you get to the 605. And then further south, off the 605 and the 10, where you have the Cloverleaf area, you're nowhere near any residential properties. Then you'll see south of the 10, you'll see those areas. For example, where UPS is located and the In-N-Out factory. But anyways, I just wanted to give a brief context to those areas.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned UPS because this industry is for cannabis, but essentially it's like a UPS in that it's a distributor of products. And, you know, we've seen it like UPS, we've seen the bus company along, I want to say Heights and Arrow Highway. And, you know, those are in these industrially zoned areas, and they are very close to residential, but they coexist and it's an existing boundary. But in the approval process, we can add conditions of approval so that the circulation is going out towards Arrow, Live Oak, 605, you know, major corridors. So I think there's still that control on our part, but if we need to build that and make it stronger, then that might be the possibility. But I think we vetted this. You know, we've asked a lot of questions, at least on this project, and I support it as presented this evening.
As a reminder, good point, because as the council last provided direction to staff, we modified the application for distribution facilities and added the circulation plan provided with their application. So that's all part of the review process to vet even the number of trucks, the sizes of trucks, what the traffic and circulation is going to be like for that facility and that location. So
And there you
we've done
go.
that.
And thank you, because that is absolutely a land use issue. And so thank you. And that will factor in, like for any future applicants that can't, let's say they provide a circulation plan, the city doesn't approve it, then that applicant or an application will not move forward. So with the circulation plan, I think perhaps that's the way that we can control these future applications that are coming before us. If you meet certain conditions, certain requirements, and the circulation plan, of course, pushing vehicles away from residential. And so, maybe that's one way that we can also control with that. But again, Julia Silva, I think. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to
We still need
approve.
the public hearing.
Oh, thank you.
So at this moment, I will officially open the public hearing for those in favor regarding this item. If you are looking to speak, now is your time. Seeing that nobody is looking to speak in favor, I now officially close the public hearing in favor and open it for those opposing. If there's anybody looking to speak, now is your time. If not, at this moment, I will close the public hearing for those opposing, and we come back to council. So it's a difficult one, if I'm being honest and not kind of beating around the bush. I'm a big fan of ease. I think it's time that the city get away from the smaller operators. It's been difficult. I believe that it would benefit the city in a very big way to have more dependable and reputable operators. However, I am concerned a little bit. I don't know if you'd like to take the mic. But just for the record, can you tell us when did you take this property on?
I'll have Maxwell, who is our operations head on this project, to kind of give us a little bit more detail on the timelines.
Forgive me, Mayor, one more time.
So when did you acquire this property?
We acquired this property, late 2019. Around November is when we started talking to the landlord. I believe we executed the lease in April of this year.
And who told you that there would be a distribution opportunity here?
We've worked with I think previous representatives of the city that believed that the location was in the green zone, which it was, but we didn't understand the setback at the time.
Great, thank you. So my concern is that items from closed session that are in violation of the Brown Act have been released. From my knowing, there's been no public record that the Rookley deal was ending until March, when it was actually brought out by the press. That's my concern. I'm a big fan of ease. Like I said, I think it's time to move forward. However, my concern is that there's a lot going on here. You've read the news, you read the newspaper. You telling me that, which I already knew, but you telling me that is my concern. However, this isn't related specifically to you, it's related to the process in general. But thank you, I just wanted that for the record. So if anybody's gonna make a motion, now is your time.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm something. Can he repeat when it is that they obtained the lease at that location?
I believe April of 2020.
Oh, of 2020, not this.
Or, I'm sorry, 2021. Forgive me.
I was under the impression that this was acquired, I believe in last year in October or something like that. According to a conversation that we had with CEO Tony Kim.
We are in a lease agreement with the owner of the building. We do not currently own this building. We are paying $40,000 in rent to this person. We paid in lieu of whatever procedural things we had to go through with the city, but at that time, the location was prime. It was in the green zone, not taking in consideration some of the setback situations. And because of that, we began to, again, start over the process with the new understanding that we would have to get an amendment in order to even operate from that building. So this is currently where we are standing now after understanding the details of the location and consideration of what it would take to be operable in the city of Baldwin Park. With that being said, that we know there was obviously an opportunity. We were unsure of what the process would look like. There were changes in the leadership of the city, and with that, we thought it would be natural to go through the process holistically through the new leadership moving forward.
But
You know-
when was your, sorry, Councilman, when was your original lease there?
The original lease,
First time you leased that because you're on a lease.
correct.
When did you originally lease that property?
I can get that if you give me just 1 second. I want to make sure I'm right.
And Mayor, just to calm some of your, or to circle back on your question, is there a specific time sequence to you makes you uncomfortable? What specifically about the
So,
time sequence?
I don't know how you knew about the potential to get a distribution license before it was ever out of closed session. This item wasn't reported out until after I came on board, which was December 2nd. And it wasn't right on December, it was until 2021. That's my concern. So, but like I said, this is an item that specifically pertains to you. It pertains to the industry as a whole. But I do think that that is a little concerning.
So my understanding initially was that there was a specific partnership with the company Rookley that had kind of control over what distribution would look like in the city as being the only operator. Understood that did not work out long-term for the city. And because there was obviously an appetite for a potential distributor, we thought, well, this is an opportunity for someone who's actually notable and has done this work to try to come in the city and actually be a good example of a distributor.
Yeah, so I'm not saying you've done anything bad.
Right.
Like I said, I think Ease is a reputable company. However, I don't think that there's any valid reason as to why anybody would know that there was an opportunity for distribution before this was actually released out of closed session. Being somebody who kind of looked at council members on the regular, I never heard any sort of announcement regarding this. And that that deal removing that exclusivity was not approved and voted on and made a motion on until late February.
Correct.
That's my concern.
Right. And so I think from our standing, I mean, obviously we're going to be completely reactive to what the city is allowing. And so it was really just a function of going through this same type of process to see if it was even feasible, if it was possible. And this is kind of where we are now. We had to have a complete reset, obviously. And so with that reset, we thought it would be natural and this right way to kind of organically and holistically go through the necessary processes to show you who we are as an operator and quite frankly, ask if we can be a distributor in the city, considering kind of the past history.
Okay.
And to clarify, we had begun talking to the landlord at the end of 2020. However, we were not locked into the lease until May of 2020.
May of 2020?
Yes.
Right. So if anybody's willing to make a motion, now is the time.
So you entered into the lease for your property in May of last year?
Correct.
You've now been carrying those costs for a year and a half.
Correct.
So I think that, there was the investment perhaps because, Mayor, prior to last year, I mean, there have been a lot of advocacy efforts with regard to the distribution piece. And there's been a lot of advocacy to the city council wanting to open the distribution. So I don't think that there was any leakage of closed session because I think that this advocacy happened long before the council took up any decision-making on the matter. Was the possibility there? It was looking more and more likely because the existing operators were not happy with the exclusive distributor. And so perhaps that's where, you decided let's invest and kind of go where the wind is blowing in the city of Baldwin Park. So I don't think that anybody leaked closed session items because I don't even think that we took up the item until late last year. And then when it went through negotiations earlier this year. So even the timeline that has been provided for when the property was secured as early as May 2020, I would suggest that that was long before any closed session conversations were taking place.
Yeah, so I personally have trouble believing that you would take on a risk of $40,000 a month on a chance that you wouldn't ever expect to be possible, on a lawsuit that nobody knew how long it was going to last, and for the potential to be a deal that would come out of this later on. Like I said, I give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't give others the benefit of the doubt, and that might include your consultant. So, you know, it's a tough place, right? Because I know that you're reputable, and I don't want to put you in a tough place because we've been looking at how we can better this. But of course, but at this point, the discussion is over. If anybody's looking to make the motion, now's the time.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve item number 17. And as presented, but I would like us to include the language, to consider the language of that we discussed of up to, and Julia's not here, Ms. Silva is not here. But I would like to, make the motion to approve this as presented, but with that language, that if we can identify that language, Ron.
As Councilmember Garcia, Mayor, my suggestion is, unfortunately, because the cannabis or city attorney isn't present, for us to solidify what that language is going to look like and also be able to confer with her, make sure that we are heading in the correct direction.
So city attorney doesn't believe that we can amend any language right now on the public hearing. Is that correct?
You can amend the language, Mr. Mayor, but what I would suggest is that, Ms. Silva needs to do this for you. And so we can't do that right now because she's not here. And so I think what the city planner was going to recommend is that we, bring this back with the correct language after we've had a chance to consult with Ms. Silva. The two options you have is either passing it like it is right here or bring it back to the next one with the language, because I don't think you can amend it right here, right now, and then pass it because we don't have the legal advice to do that.
Okay, one thing I would ask is if any cannabis related item comes before us, that we need our city attorney to be present to help us work through some of these issues. But what I'll do based on that, I will make the motion to approve as presented. I know staff has been working on this. It's been one of the, hundreds of items that you guys have been tackling this year. And so I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve as is.
Hey, is there a second?
Second.
City clerk, roll call.
Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Go ahead, Councilmember Damon.
Only because I don't want to just pass this through, and I don't want to also vote it down.
Sorry.
My substitute motion is to bring this back.
Yeah.
Next council meeting, have a discussion with our cannabis legal counsel, Julia Silva, figure out the language that Councilmember Garcia was talking about so that we can all get on the same page. Once we have the conversation with her, then we can bring it for a vote.
I'll rescind my motion and let Councilmember Damien's proceed.
Okay.
Move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Damien, you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
City clerk, roll call.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. City clerk, can you repeat your Councilmember Damien, can you repeat your motion?
Yeah, my motion would be to bring this back. Let's first have a conversation, discussion with our cannabis counsel, Julia Silva, work on the language Councilmember Garcia was talking about, and then we can bring it back to a vote.
Okay.
Can we state at the next meeting, just to be more specific?
Yeah, bring it back to the October 20th. Is that the date? The next meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, bring it back to the October 20th meeting.
So we would just continue this
Yeah,
public
you can
hearing.
just continue this to the
But then
20th.
if you want to change the language,
Yeah. Yeah.
So my suggestion with these things, and again, it's at the council's discretion, especially with my experience with these things, is probably to continue it to a date uncertain, so we don't pigeonhole ourselves into if we need additional time, so that way it'll go to the next meeting. So that way, if it does require additional time, but
Well, Ron, I'd like it to be on October 20th.
no problem.
Because, it'll put the urgency on it. And I know, given their carrying costs for over a year and a half, I'm sure that they would appreciate that as well. And that they have gone through a process here with our city council and the city. So October 20th would be good. And if we need to, at that time, we can continue it.
Chief Deputy?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just for clarification, then the consensus and the direction is to continue this public hearing to October 20th for consideration.
But you don't want to.
We already opened and closed the public.
Right, we've already opened and closed the public hearing. However, we're going to continue this item to the following meeting. We do have to set a time and we do have to publish again.
So, but they want to change the language. So do you have to make a motion to change the language, or are you just going to push it over to October 20th and then we just vote on it then?
Right, because we don't know what the language is. We're going to move this item to the 20th. They'll iron out the details and we'll bring the ordinance for first reading on the 20th.
Yeah.
With amendments, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that would be that's the motion then. That's Councilmember Damien's motion.
All right, is there a second?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez
City
seconded.
Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Sure, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila, and Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
So it is 4-1.
Great. Thank you for that.
And-
So
and Ron, can you make sure that Ms. Silva's here on the 20th, just in case anything like this comes up?
Yes, I will be sure she's here. So just for clarification, we will notice again for October 20th. So we'll send out notices tomorrow.
great, thank you. So at this moment, we move on to the next staff report, and that is the reevaluation of the merits of the Baldwin Park resident-owned utility district Be Proud program findings and recommendations. City Manager, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, this is also a subject in which you have had a lot of interest. I want to remind you that when I was here for my swearing in on May 29th, you had this item on the agenda and I didn't think much of it. I started my assignment on June 5th, and then in 2 weeks, we had the following meeting, and then I knew what it was all about. And that was my baptismal welcome into the city of Baldwin Park. And so you set us on a expeditious analysis based on your last meeting in which you were considering proposed rate increase related to Be Proud, and your comments were very evident that it was quite surprising for you to be presented with what was a rate increase only 6 months into the program. And so you directed us to look at essentially a reevaluation of the merits. What was the council presented with at the time that you made the decision to form the Be Proud CCA? And so we've done that. And with this subject here today, let me just say the folks who are present to help me make the presentation, in addition to our staff, Ben and Rose and Robert. But we also have, if I can ask our Cordova consultant team to come to the podium. And I also want to acknowledge, hopefully they're still on the Zoom room here. We have Michael Williams with Southern California Edison, Samantha Nicely, also from Edison, as well as Barbara Boswell from Cal Choice. and we may have somebody from the CPUC in the Zoom room, but I do not see her name, but Dina may also be in the Zoom call. And they're available for questions as well. But well, let's start the slide presentation. I'm on a tag team here with Stephen and Danielle, who is sitting, Danielle Schupa and Stephen Scott. So in the direction you provided to us at the last meeting in June, go to slide number 2, Stephen. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. There were 2 general universal options that you alluded to at the time, and you will see later in the presentation. Hopefully, we won't take too long to get to the substance of the recommendations, but we ended up with a hybrid recommendation from the 3 that you initially guided us to consider. Number 1 was to continue with CalChoice and Be Proud program as it was, including the recommendation to increase the rates as presented then. Number 2, consider the certifying with CalChoice and the CCA Be Proud and join a different CCA, JPA, if you will. And then number 3, which was to decertify from Be Proud and revert back to Edison. And you will see in the recommendations, we came up with a hybrid, okay? A hybrid of what is the last bullet. And it's actually somewhat of a combination of these. Next slide. This is a brief historical background in terms of when things occurred. But as recently as June 2021, we moved what was then phase 2 of inheriting or moving over the commercial customers in the city onto the Be Proud program. So we still had quite a bit of activity as recently as June of 2021. And it's also important to note that the rates had not been changed since June 2020. Thus, the reason for your direction, because we had come back, staff had, and CalChoice with a recommendation to increase the rate 6 months into the program. We also know that since last year, end of the summer, there was quite a activity in the market, in the electricity market, just because of the increase in temperatures that are more and more being attributed to climate change, and perhaps being the standard and not the exception anymore. But there was quite a bit of market volatility starting since last year in June, which eventually led to an awful lot of increased demand for electricity, which, as you know, then will lead to higher prices. Back in June as well, this is very important, the CPUC directed all of the investor-owned utilities. These are companies like Edison, PG&E, and San Diego Gas and Electric. They were required by the CPUC to acquire and purchase far more electricity than they would otherwise have purchased, which increased the demand, which then led to the increase in pricing. One of the reasons. Next slide. And speaking of volatility, this will be the last slide that I will address, and then Steve will take over from here. But you can see the volatility on this graph. In blue shows 2021, June of 2021 compared to June of 2020. You see the June graph down below being not only lower, but it's pretty flat. In effect, somewhat flat. But you see there the price fluctuation in the blue graph, which represents the June month of 2021, the tremendous increase in pricing through the middle of the month, depicting a heat wave for sure. So just the volatility just became almost unmanageable. Next slide, Stephen. And And you try to explain this graph, okay?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff. Thank you for this opportunity. So, yeah, we're going to go through a really quick view because it is fairly complex. There's a lot of data behind it. But what I want to mainly do is draw the picture of what has happened in the last 12 months. So this chart here shows the electricity demand for the year 2021 for Be Proud. And it shows that in the cooler months, electricity is a lot lower. In the summer, it's a lot higher. And then back again in the winter, it's lower. And these do impact prices. So if you for example, in June of last year, in June of this year, prices were a lot higher. And that's when we started seeing the heat wave. In June of 2020, there was a heat wave. So that's mainly what this is depicting, is that demand changes. And when demand changes, prices change. It's very volatile. It really depends on the weather. Next. So one of the things that occurred when CalChoice presented several times is that there will be an opportunity to have a cash flow for the city that you could either use on great programs or use it for other funding. What this chart shows is also when they came back in April of 2021, that picture changed completely. So then the question is, what happened? What changed? First, you promised close to $5 million surplus, and now you're coming back, say that by the year 2025, we're going to have a $6.3 million loss. So, next slide. So what is going on? So what we wanted to show now is that most of the other CCAs have incurred the same problem. So it's not just a CalChoice issue, it's other CCAs. For example, if you look at the chart, this shows the things that the customer would see on their bill, the generation price, the service delivery price, and the surcharges. Surcharges are part of the exit fees that CCAs have to pay, or customers from a CCA have to pay. So we see that if there is, for example, if there is but generation prices represent about a third of the bill. Service delivery rates are the highest part of the bill, about 60, 70% of the bill. So when we say increasing the rates by 30%, what the customer will see is 9%. It's not as large as it's, I'll leave it there. The service delivery rate is what is set in every 3-year rate case cycle. Be Proud currently has a rate of 0.067 kilowatt, while the other CCAs have increased their rates. For example, CPA, the one that manages Los Angeles and Ventura County, their rates are now 0.082. So they've increased considerably since their inception as well. And that is to cover the cost of generation, which has gone up considerably. On the other hand, you got Western Community Energy. It did not increase their rates, did not have enough load to in their contract, so they had to go to the day market to get theirs, and they ended up filing bankruptcy, stating a loss of $12 million, and returning their customers back to SCE. Next. So in order to continue, generation rates do need to be increased. Otherwise, you're going to continue to incur loss. So the table below shows the potential impacts of what could occur if rates are not increased. So if you look at 2021, cumulative net positions at current rates, you'd get a loss of 2,300,000. If you were to increase rates, let's say at the 30% rate, then that loss would go down to 1.6, so saving about 700,000 or so, just in the year 2021. And then depending on whether the council does make a decision to decertify Be Proud, what's the soonest that we could go over? And Edison has indicated that February of 2022 would be a good time frame to move customers over. If that were not the case, if rates were increased, if you look at the last column on that page, the only time that Be Proud would go into the green would be April of 2023. Next. So what we wanted to show on this page is what will happen on the customer side, on the customer's bill, if rates are increased. Well, there are several things that are going to be occurring in the near future. For example, in effective October, the PUC has approved the SCE will increase their service delivery rate by 9%. In January of 2022, SCE will reduce the power charge indifference adjustment by 25%. These are also the exit fees. In November of this year, SCE is submitting a generation cost proposal, which will likely increase generation rates. But we didn't put that in there because we don't know what that change will be. But if you look at it, if you add all of these together, then when you add the generation increase of 30%, service delivery increase of 9%, and then the PCIA or exit fees by 25% reduction, the customer will see on average $166 on their monthly bill. But they're seeing $151. Next. So back in April, CalChoice showed a slide of what it would cost to terminate Be Proud. We looked through that, and while CalChoice stated 9.7 million, it probably is more likely, once you look at everything, that it's going to be between 2.6 and 4.6. But that really depends on the sale of the contract. So right now, Be Proud has about 36 long-term contracts. And the rule of thumb that CalChoice applied was a 25% loss. There is no telling what that will be until we go out into the market and try to sell those contracts back. But it is possible that some of those contracts were paid for at a much lower than current market. So you could actually make some money on some of those contracts. Not sure until you get out into the market and get a broker to sell those. And CalChoice potentially could help us do that. Next. So what we try to do here on this page is show what the operating margins or losses will be depending on several variables. And the three key variables that we looked at are what would it do if we increase their rates? What's the timing of the decertification? And what are the current contract sales? So we did some scenarios around that. And the bottom line is if we did decide to decertify and re-enter our customers into SCE, then the range of losses would be between 1.8 and $2.9 million. And that's depending on whether we can sell those contracts without a loss. If there is a loss of 25%, that range goes up much more. Next. So based on that, our recommendations is, first of all, being an electricity provider is extremely complicated and it's risky, as you've seen. And in these days where electricity costs continue to rise, with these new horizons in mind, here's our recommendations. Decertify Be Proud as soon as possible and decide to go back to SCE whenever the best reentry fees are, which Edison has indicated would be February of 2022. From a financial perspective, generation rates should be increased by 30%, which means 9% on the customer's bill. And that would yield a savings of $1.1 million. From a customer perspective, no one likes to see increases, but the city has been absorbing significant costs and already giving those savings to the customers for several months. So after the 4 months of Be Proud's higher rates, customers would go back to SCE and not see a noticeable increase, if any. The other recommendation is to assist the care customers, which is a large portion of the Be Proud customer base. 45% are on care. So help them with additional communications and programs to help them manage their bills, for example, the Arrears Management Program or SCE's payment arrangements. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Enrique.
Go to the next slide. Now, this is where it gets busy as far as recommendations. And these are not only numerous, but they have sort of iterations to them. What we're asking that today you consider making some decision making, but it's not final decision making, in that you're making declarations. In this case, find that it is in the city's best interest for us to no longer be in the electrical energy business, supply business, and in looking and being more introspective as to the value of Be Proud and whether it has delivered on any of the premise or promise that was made at its inception. The answer would be no. Rates are not lower and soon won't be at parity. We are definitely not bringing any additional revenue, as you had been represented that we would be bringing additional revenue for other city programs. We're at a deficit. And frankly, it's, we are not equipped, nor are we staffed to be able to manage this program. There's absolutely not any hour of additional staff to manage it. CalChoice administers it, and they have a whole team of experts. But we're still ultimately responsible. We need to be able to oversee what is going on and be able to answer to any and all types of questions that come in relation to Be Proud. We are not staffed to do that. So we have been holding preliminary conversations and actually more substantive discussions with all three entities, one being CalChoice. I appreciate the leadership at CalChoice as well as the staff. I mean, they have been quite open. They have been quite amenable to being able to do this in a orderly way. In fact, we are in agreement to have a determination be one that is on a mutual and voluntary basis. That we believe is important. The Southern California Edison is very willing to work with us, and they provided us with the date of February 22nd as being an optimal time for them to be able to bring back the customers. That process is quite complicated. Stephen mentioned the Western Energy JPA, a CCA in Riverside County. It's in Paris, Murrieta, that area. They ended up going bankrupt just recently. And it became a quick, actually an emergency takeover by Edison, literally from one week to the next, if not from one day to the next. And that was not only disruptive, but it was abrupt. And so, you know, the reentry fees in that case are going to be astronomical. They've already spent $11 million, if not $12 million in taking over the customers.
The customer pays for that.
We are not anywhere near that. Our approach has been orderly, has been strategic, starting with your direction. And I think Edison is well poised to, their commitment is to try to avoid having any reentry fees. That's their commitment to us. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed, which is why we have structured the recommendations in the way that you make declaration of intent today, provides the direction, and then we get into the real nitty gritty of all of those negotiations. And you can see all the other, there's 10 recommendations in total that we're presenting for you to act on today.
Great. Thank you, Nathan. So real quick, so if we were, so kind of what I understood was if we would have raised our rates the first time this public hearing came around, we still would have been at a deficit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, you know, and looking at our rates, I mean, we're already pretty close to Edison and we're not, are these including the exit fees that Edison is charging?
Oh, if you go back to page 7, right now the generation rates for B Proud are much lower than SC, but if you look at the bottom line, Edison bills are 152, B Proud bills are 151.
We're kind of doing all this.
You're at parity today, but because you're at parity, you're losing money because your generation rates that you're charging to customers are actually not the real rate, not the real costs.
Okay, well, I mean, just looking at the fact that we wouldn't even be, you know, at a positive until April 23, and on that positive, we're at not even, you know, 10% of what we spent up to date. You know, I do think, you know, that Be Proud is concerning. You know, I do wish that there would have been more information when this was passed in 2019. You know, I guess the most concerning fact is how are we going to cover costs? We've already covered $1.8 million, and that's come out of the general fund as a loan. We have anywhere from 2 million to potentially 7 coming in from.
I'm not going to make that up.
So, you know, yeah, so I for a fact, no, we're not going to make that up. You know, but, you know, it's concerning on the city side, right? How are we going to find the funds to cover something like this? So, you know, I personally, I think it's in our best interest to move forward, really start looking at how we're going to figure this out. I know that it's, you know, it is an urgent matter. You know, I think since the start, our residents have felt that it hasn't been beneficial to them. You know, so I do think it's something to take serious, and not only that, but I think it's going to potentially cut into our ARP funds, which we've tried to make it so that we can benefit the community, and now we're kind of stuck covering costs. But yeah, so Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
Mayor, thank you. Yes. First of all, Enrique, thank you. I know you came into this situation. This was one of the first things we threw at you. And I thank you for jumping on the situation and handling it from the beginning. You were on board and you said, let me look into it. I know there's something we can do. It's obvious your experience, you're well-rounded in your experience in many areas, and you knew where to seek that information and that guidance. And so that's when, Stephen, you come in and you start doing your research as well. And it's really, I'm grateful that you were able to seek that information and you brought forth this information to us. It's very unfortunate, however, that we were misled from the beginning. And as I had mentioned in a previous meeting, I would have never made a decision had they provided the correct information, but you just brought it out and informed us that the information they gave us was incorrect, and we went by that. Who wouldn't want to make money? Who wouldn't want to have more money to spend for the community? Why wouldn't it? Would have been foolish of us not to make a decision that was made when we're being told you're making money every year. Unfortunately, that was not the situation. But we are where we're at. And so now we need to fix this. And I'm very thankful again that you're on board and you're taking care of it immediately, and that you found the Cordova Corporation that can help us. And it's not going to impact our residents. As for what I could see, the rates they're going to get once, hopefully, if all goes well, the rates they are going to get once we do go back to Southern California, Edison, it's not going to impact the residents, which is very important. And yes, we were giving them a little bit of a better rate, not very much, but the city was suffering. And so that money that the city's spending, which is money that could have been going to our residents, so in a sense, they weren't winning either. It was a lose-lose situation on both ends. So I'm in agreement that we move forward and that we revert back to Edison, especially knowing that our residents will not be impacted by this move. Hopefully, if all goes well and the resale rate is good, we can get out of this. I mean, still a little damaged, a lot damaged, but we can move forward versus us staying in this contract and then really not being able to recuperate a greater loss. So I thank you for this presentation. It was a very good presentation for the work you're putting in. Thank you. So I'm in agreement with.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Oh, Councilmember Damian, please.
go ahead, Councilmember, I'll go after you.
Thank you, sir. Staff, I just want to thank you very much for doing the due diligence, as this became more and more apparent to all of us, and especially staff, that this was not panning out to, what our expectations were, right? When that was provided to us. And, one of the leading factors was not only to provide, lower rates or at least at par rates with SCE, considering the volatility of electricity, as you just clearly delineated for all of us here in the room, and the uncertainties that come along with that. And, now the drought is actually playing another role, with, having power plants being shut off up north that provide us the ability, or, others the ability to buy rates. I concur with my colleagues that this, we have to begin taking the steps to unwind what we've done. I think there's still a greater conversation as to how we're going to make up for that. My concern is that we're asking, the CPA to sell those 36 contracts, right? Is there another, operator or another agency that we can work with, perhaps, that would have the best interest in us to ensure that we get the maximum, selling price for those contracts? Because again, given the history of what CPA has done with us, I don't feel very comfortable that they would really fight for us as much as, say another entity. Is that something that's available
I
for
reached
us?
out to Edison and asked for their, who are the best in class and who are the experts, and I got two names. One of them is the same subcontractor that Cal Choice uses.
Okay.
The other one is someone up north. So staff has that information, and we could be reaching out to them and
We would appreciate that. And, not to necessarily contract through CCA, but have them directly on contract with us, with your guidance, of course. Because again, electricity it's one of those things where, as this was all walked through to us, is, it was painted as a much simpler process, even though it was complicated, but still much simpler. And as we've gone through this, time after time, and now with the volatility, the risks, and everything else that's going on with that, and more importantly, that account that SCE has, which they can go back and, essentially capture all their past costs and pass it on.
Balancing
to
account.
What was it called again?
Balancing account.
The balancing account, having that flexibility in their pocket to basically pass through those costs each and every year, if I remember correctly, to customers is incredible. Where again, I think you mentioned that for setting rates, they could only do it in a 12-year process. However, because of that
12-month process.
12-month process, but because of that account, whatever they've lost, they're able to make up.
Yeah,
So
and
they're
charge
never,
back to
so they're
customers.
never a negative.
Correct.
Whereas CCAs, including us, don't have that flexibility. And I think that's, again, had we known those type of things, or is it, if it was as transparent as we were asking, because I went through all my notebook, through my notebooks, and we asked all the right questions and we got all the answers. And I shared that with staff, over time going, wait, we were all on the same call and this is what they said. So, I think at this point, it's a matter of just how do we move, one, this is the first step of moving forward and, unraveling what we've already done. Obviously, we want to make sure it's a minimum impact to our customers, because there's part of the recommendation is that 3% that they will see on their bill. An increase, that's part of the recommendation. But again, at the end of the day is, that gap of whether it's hopefully less than 2 million, but perhaps up to 4.7, if I remember correctly, is, still a large gap, right? Because again, those are monies that, I see we're taking away from other services that we like to do. But thank you for everything you guys are doing, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And Enrique and Ben have been great partners.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Damon.
Yes, I have a question. The increase, if we were to increase the rates by 30% and we were to decertify and go with SCE by February of 2022, are we still going to have to pay an additional $3,025,000? Or is this in total with what we've already loaned from the general fund to the escrow account?
Let's bring up exhibit A. We're talking to a numbers council member. He likes to see the numbers. Exhibit A.
On page 14.
Page 14.
No,
Page 14.
it's toward the very end of the,
Two more. There you go. Eye chart.
yeah, very difficult. Sorry. Oh, darn it. Okay.
We can see.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys can. But what we show here is our estimate of our, not just the best data, Council Member Damian, but you can see in the first 3 months, we show the actual transfers of the general fund for the month of July, August, and September. And because we are recommending that the rate increase be retroactive to September 1st, but the actual revenue doesn't come in until either November or December, even October will also be still have to be covered by a general fund transfer. But this gives you a depiction of month to month from now until February. And it's now using the most accurate data. However, it also is the best prediction of what the energy prices is going to do between now and February. We're pretty much fully resourced, which means we have already bought all of our energy, but in case we encounter a peak day sometime in December, or the Santa Ana winds, that price can change. But this shows what the anticipated, on your question, Councilmember Damian, if you can see the graph, what it'll be. Rose, can you explain each month from with your better eyesight? Each month, the question from Councilmember Damian was, we increase the rates, we revert in February 22 and decertify. So that's essentially this scenario here.
That by February, and we will still have to transfer about 1.6 million. Estimate,
The total.
yes.
Yeah.
If we revert it to Edison without any rate increase, we will still have to transfer about 1.6 million from the general fund. With the proposed rate increase, we will need to transfer about 500,000. And that's the number you see from the presentation from Steve. So the difference is about 1 million.
Got it. Okay, that's okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. So, yeah, and this program concerned me from the time that we came in. When it was first presented to us, it was presented to, or at least me, it was presented as a win-win, that we were going to be generating all this revenue. But it wasn't until I requested an actual 10-year projection that we found out that we weren't going to be making any money. We had losses. And to me, that just, it seemed like the city was sold on a false pretense at the time. When I reviewed the 10-year projection, the only company making money was the CCA, CalChoice. They were saying that we weren't paying staff time, but in reality we were, because we were paying their staff time, back office fees. I went through the whole list of fees that we were getting charged there. And to me, it just seems like we were sold on a false pretense. Obviously, we cannot predict the rates. Weather has a lot to do with it, but the projections changed very dramatically within a 3-month time frame. And that really concerned me. So for me, the city is not in a position to be our own electric company. Number one, we don't have the adequate staff to handle this. No offense, but I do not trust in CalChoice being a good partner with us, because these are a lot of things that should have come up from the beginning that weren't. We had to basically dig for the information to find out that this program was not a benefit to our community. So for me, unfortunately, even though I would hate to increase the rates, that's something that we can work with ARPs. I think that we need to decertify as soon as possible. I wish we could have done it before February of 2022, but if that's as soon as that we can do it, I think that is the best. I would also go with a staff recommendation to decertify this program. It's not beneficial to the city and it's not beneficial to our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I believe Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Well, I definitely would echo Councilmember Damian's comments, and well presented. My question is, just clarification, is it 9% increase that we're looking at?
It's a generation rate of 30%, but the bottom line to the customer is a 9%.
Okay, so that's what my concern is, the bottom line to the customer. Okay.
The only rate we can increase is the generation rate, because that's the only one that we charge for. But you're right, the aggregate in terms of what the bill is going to represent to the customer, when you consider all the other charges, Edison and the exit fees and everything else, it ends up being a 9% increase.
Okay, and that's an important number to talk about, because I wouldn't want our residents to say, oh, we're going to get a 30% increase on our bill, right? So that if they understand it's more in the range of 9%, I think that's an important differentiation to make. And I am glad that we have 36 contracts that we can sell and possibly recover costs. I know that's a possible scenario, because there was the worst case and the best case. So I guess my question to you is it possible that we could recover all the funds that we have expended from the general fund with the sale of these 36 contracts? Is that a possibility? I'm not going to hold you to it,
I mean,
but is it a
it's,
possibility?
it's possible. It really
Okay.
depends on, because the market changes
Yeah.
from day to day.
Right, right. Yeah, it's like
We- there are
the
some, there are some contracts that were bought a year ago that look pretty damn good right now.
Okay.
Pardon the language. But there are some other contracts that are even more expensive than the current market. So it depends on who, how the broker is going to be able to go to market once a decision is made to move forward. And then they can start going to market and start selling them as soon as the reentry to Edison. Because Edison needs to make sure that Be Proud customers do still have electricity until the transition occurs. And according to what Edison has told us is that anything underneath the 6 month, there would probably be no reentry fees. And there's potential for some reentry fees done in 4 months, which is February would be, but those are probably going to be negligible.
Okay, that's
So
good.
the
to know.
biggest portion is going to be the contract sales. About $9 million of contracts.
We have a portfolio of about $9 million worth in contracts. So
Correct.
that's good. That's a good thing, right?
Eventually a good thing. We won't know until we go to market.
Right. Yeah.
And this is the best time to go to market because the demand is lower.
Okay.
The worst time to go to market and sell the contracts probably be in a time of high demand.
And that was going to be my next question is, does it make sense to hold on to them and then sell them at a peak market? But it sounds like the time frame that we're looking at in the near future is the best.
Possibly. I think getting a broker that is an expert in
Mhm.
the market, those are the great questions to ask broker. When is the best time? We hold on to the contract now, or do we move them forward?
Right. So outside of those questions, I agree with staff's recommendations and thank you for the presentation. It really helped me understand where the gap was between what was sold to us and what was actually delivered. So thank you.
Yeah. One point that I'd like to make is that the market has changed radically since June of 2020. Before, all of the CCAs were in the same boat. You're all happy campers. After June of 2020, when the extreme heat occurs, and also because of the goals of green energy, we have a lot of windmills and a lot of solar. Those are a lot more expensive. You can't just turn them on a dime. They only work when the sun is shining and when the wind is blowing. So every CCA is in the same boat that we are in. There's no exception. We're all hurting.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. And just also for clarification, not only the CCAs, but is that the same assessment for the Clean Alliance that the LA County, I believe it's the LA County that they have pushing forward? They have about 30 something to plus cities or something like that, I think, and growing.
That's CPA, California Power Authority.
Authority.
Yeah, and they serve Los Angeles County and Ventura County. About 35 cities, million customers are on that. They're going through the same issue. They increased their rates in July by the same percentage that you're looking at.
Got it. So this, again, the landscape of this type of structure, it's impacting everyone that jump ship. I mean, I'll just call it like that.
Everyone in Southern California.
Southern
We didn't-
California.
We didn't go outside of Southern California.
And again, the bottom line to what Councilmember Garcia mentioned, that 9%, that's on average, we're equating to about a 9-cent increase. Was that
Yeah,
correct?
Pretty close, yeah.
Pretty, I mean, give or
I
take.
know the generation rate is about a 3-cent increase, something like that. But to the customer, it's about a
Total.
about a $10, $15 increase on their bill.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great, thanks. So I believe we have to open the public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, if I could speak just very briefly to
Go ahead.
Councilman Damien's point. Councilman Damien, you had asked earlier about, wanting to leave earlier and having to wait till February. I was on most of these calls with Be Proud and even though our CEO Enrique and Cordova has synthesized this down to some very understandable information, we went through a lot of iterations and a lot of different possibilities to try and get to where we are right now. And the February date is to minimize the cost of the exit fees. So we actually did talk about being able to leave earlier than February, but it would have costed a lot more to the city and to the residents when we made that transition. And SCE said that February was optimum for them and would reduce our costs to a very, very minimum. And like I said, or as Enrique said, we're trying to do this so that there's actually no cost to the city. And I have to say too, I just want to really commend you, Enrique, because as the leader of that team, this could have been catastrophic for our city. It really could have been. You saw what happened to WCE with $12 million. And I really feel like Enrique is going to, navigate us through this with very little pain. And to you to do that, having come in here, just knowing nothing about energy and learning a new city was extraordinary. And it was wonderful to see you work. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Robert. Thank you for the information. And you're absolutely right. Thank you, Enrique, because I know that this was dropped on your lap and you picked it up and took us to that touchdown mark. But hey, whatever's the best for the city, if February is the soonest, then let's go with February.
Thank you. So at this moment, I will officially open public hearing for those in favor. So that would be in favor of the reevaluation of the merits of the Baldwin Park resident-owned utility district. Be Proud, program findings and recommendations. So at this point, I guess just to be clear, anybody who's in favor of following the adaptations listed on this public hearing is now free to speak. Seeing that nobody is looking to speak, I will officially close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition to item number 18. If anybody's looking to speak in opposition of item 18, now is the time. Seeing that nobody is looking to speak in opposition, I will now close the public hearing for those opposing and bring it back to council. So regarding all of our comments, I think it's pretty clear that we need to move on this and, not only take care of our residents, but also the financials of the city. So, Enrique is very good at working with no pressure. And we're very thankful to have Enrique here. He's been helping and been very helpful in navigating multiple situations. And we're very glad that we have you here to help us navigate this variable situation. And of course, to the Cordova Corporation, very thankful and for your help in assisting us with this issue. We definitely appreciate it. With all of our findings, I would move before I make the motion, I do want to find out, and Rose, so a couple of months ago, we made a motion to try to subsidize waste services for our residents because of the increase. So I've been trying to kind of look through the interim final rule of the ARP, and it specifies that you can help with utility assistance, but it hasn't specified whether it could only be people in need or not, or I couldn't find that specification. So I do think that, keeping that in mind and knowing that we were already looking to help with our utility assistance, we might want to trade that trash haul assistance into this electric assistance, because this is a little bit more of a varying. So there might be a higher cost for residents depending on how much electricity they use. And in turn, it would help us, in a way, it would help the ARP money go through more hands, including those of the residents, and helping them in a way while we also try to help the city with the Be Proud issue. So I'd like to consider that instead of our trash hauling rebate. So with that being said, I'll make a motion to pass number 18, the evaluation of the merits of the Baldwin Park resident-owned utility district known as Be Proud, the program findings and recommendations. Can I get a second? City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Damien,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yep. Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. And I believe that's 5-0. We have a staff report regarding Baldwin Park, the 2020 power content label and attestation. Real quick, does anybody just want to explain what the staff report is for?
For helping us with that.
Thank you,
Yes.
Stephen.
So it sounds like this is just a required staff report that we need to submit related to meeting minutes to the California Energy Commission per Power Source Disclosure Program regulations to demonstrate compliance.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and City Council, this is a requirement of the Be Proud program that just happened to fall under, right in the middle of the circumstance that we're dealing with. It's just a requirement. The minutes of the meeting need to be sent to the CPUC. Essentially, this is like a label that was sent out, a mailer that was sent out recently to all the customers and tells them about the power supply, what it is, and they attribute it to being like a nutrition label on a food item. Although I have heard comments that it's very difficult to read and understand, but it is a requirement that is prescriptive. We cannot change the way it is labeled. It is, we had to follow strict guidance on how it was prepared. So thank you, Mayor. That's in my report.
Great, thank you. So at this moment, I'll make a motion to pass item number 19. Can I get a second? City Clerk, roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila, Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now we are on to the staff report, the first reading of ordinance number 1463, prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products. I know that a lot of people commented on this, so I did kind of try to do some due diligence. It does appear that this will be on the ballot at a state level as a ballot initiative on the November 22 election, which would effectively ban all flavored tobacco products in the state. Assuming that would pass, we can kind of take advantage of this and make this helping our vendors get ahead of that. My concerns is that we haven't set a date for this to come into effect, and many of the local businesses have understood that it is possible that we will pass this, but they have asked for a sort of leniency period, which I think is completely understandable, noting that we don't know when they don't buy inventory and how much they may have of it, especially the bigger smoke shops. So we should be setting a set date and helping them transition from that product. Many of these, from what I've heard and what I've read on the letters, appear to be minority-owned businesses. So we don't want to kind of have them take that collateral damage. I would like to see if we can possibly provide them a grant or assistance as they move to reduce their reliance on tobacco products. And then looking at, I believe what was the Senate bill. So this, the Hookah Association did mention that the state bill does not mention hookah because that is more of a cultural thing and it doesn't pertain to the fight against the use of vapes. So I do think it wouldn't be an issue to remove the hookah from this issue just because it's not related to our vape epidemic nor the smoking epidemic. So those are my comments. Everybody else, council, go ahead.
Listening to all the comments and the business owners, I agree. We don't want to have an impact on their business, and we should give them time to get rid of their inventory, and so it doesn't impact them and they don't have a loss when it comes to that. That's not going to be on the ballot until November of 2022. I'm thinking more of a date of January 1, 2022, where we can start. It gives them time to get rid of the inventory they have. They'll know not to continue ordering more tobacco flavored tobacco products, and that's what 3 months. We just started October. So if we make it effective January 2022, I think it's a good timeline for them because I don't want them impacted as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Again, I have, we've all been working on this diligently. I've certainly had spent an enormous amount of energy and time proudly working with the Breathe Free Coalition, the students and so forth. I have, I think the current timeline is, basically 30 days after the second reading. Is that correct, Robert?
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez. So if you were to pass the first reading today, then you'd have the second reading on October 20th, and it would go into effect November 20th, according to, our normal timelines.
Perfect. So I have no problem, obviously giving a local business the opportunity until January 1st of 2022, next January, to, get rid of their inventory and so forth. In regards to the other language that's in here, that's language that I think, working with, the county and others, it's a strong ordinance. And by removing that, we just water it down. I can't necessarily say that we have any hookah lounges in our city. And in fact, I'm okay with that. So I would just, leave the ordinance as is, but allow our business partners, until January 1st of 2022 to, implement this ordinance. Because we did give, and I appreciate their comments, but we did have staff go out there and, do some of the outreach with the letters or the postcards and so forth. And whatever happens in 2022 at the November election, that's at the state level. I'm concerned more about what's happening in our city and our youth. And I'm not willing to, give that up. And because as a result of some of the products that some of these small businesses are selling, and in regards to the claims of closing shops and so forth, and laying people off, I don't necessarily believe that will be the scenario here in our city, considering all the various items that they sell within these small convenience stores or liquor stores here in our city. So plus alcohol. So I have no problem. My comments would be to keep the document as is. It's something that we've all reviewed, we've all looked at. It's been, also been, assisted through the county. And I know Robert has also had some conversations with, the county in regards to what they provided initially. And in fact, we said no to some of the requirements that they're asking. So I feel comfortable as is. Thank you.
So yeah, so that's a good point. So we did say no to some of the things that they said, and that was a flavored cannabis. So I don't see the issue with taking out hookah. Hookah is not something that goes towards the youth. Cannabis that's flavored does, but we left that out of that. And we're actually bringing in a distributor that will be distributing flavored cannabis. So I personally think that, it's not watered down. There's no correlation between hookah and smoking vapes. So I don't see the issue with it. Personally, I'm not expecting a hookah lounge to come in here, but I'd like to follow the state guidelines and kind of respect that from the association.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember.
I just want to say that the distributor will be distributing to other outlets. We're not allowing for the sale of that in our community.
So, yeah.
So that's the difference. But, and I think it's important for people to understand that difference. But I'm okay with it being, remaining as it's presented this evening. And I agree with both of you, Councilmember, Mayor, that it would be it'd be a good thing to extend so that we can allow some of the retailers to transition into this new policy. I would be willing to look at January or even March, like a 6-month period for them to get rid of their inventory or whatever. They can figure it out. and then we can move forward. Those are my thoughts.
Great. And so just to touch your point, so now we are allowing a distributor to come in here and distribute to outside cities, but not ours. And that's actually not true. So delivery companies can deliver to our city as of now. They just can't operate here, but they can operate here if they're
Right, because
delivering.
of state,
So,
but we're not,
yeah,
we
so-
didn't actually
Well, we-
make that approval is what I'm
I
saying.
know, but I'm just saying, so that's my argument. I personally would like to follow recommendations. You know, if we removed certain items from this list already, why couldn't we remove another one? Not part of this epidemic. There's no correlation, so that's my comment. Councilmember Damon and Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you're the last to make a suggestion on this.
Yes,
I-
go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Damon. You haven't
Yeah,
had a chance
I
yet.
had a question. Do we know approximately how many of our small businesses in the city or retailers sell hookah tobacco? Ben, Ron, anybody? Might know? Just kind of like a ballpark idea.
No, I don't have that information.
So,
or
and one of the recommendations that actually came from the county was that we engage these people before we pass this ordinance and help them and let them be part of the talk. So how did you guys reach out to 83 retailers, but you guys don't know the demographics of those people?
So there's a census of 80-some businesses. It turns out only 48 of them are actually licensed to sell tobacco because they pay the license fee. The others have not paid the license fee, so they're not even licensed to be selling. So from an official point of view, there's only 40, I want to say 48, it might have been 51. 48. But so we reached out to them in that regard, Mayor, but not do an actual census. The licenses for tobacco, the assumption then being that they also are selling, but there may be some that are only selling tobacco and not flavored tobacco.
Yeah, and I'm in support, obviously, of passing this ordinance. I'm just the hookah. I know that those are probably going for about over $200. I was doing some research after an email that we received on hookahs because I'm not familiar how they work. But to me, I also look at it as a business perspective, and I see the massive sales tax that's collected on tobacco products. So for me, I also look as a loss of sales tax revenue for the city. Obviously, our children's health is more important. 100% agree with that. But hookahs, our kids are not going to take hookahs to school. They're not going to be walking around with a hookah. These are things that are probably about 3 feet tall. And if we do have some retailers in the city that sell it, and we're potentially losing that sales tax revenue as well, then it's something to consider. I mean, if it's really not harming the youth, I would be on board of omitting the hookah from the ordinance. And then also, as far as the timeline, we do have to be considerate with the businesses, these small businesses, and give them a timeline. I agree with Councilmember Garcia. I would be willing to go anywhere from January 1st to March 1st, just to make sure that they've gotten rid of all of their inventory, and let them know in advance so that they don't order additional inventory.
Mayor? First of all, I'm not familiar with hookah. I know you said it was a cultural.
So,
The cultural,
so
religious.
everybody should have
I'm
received
not
a
sure.
letter from the Hookah Association. That was their argument that was cultural, and that is actually the reason that from my understanding, that was one of the reasons that it was left out of the state bill. Like Councilmember Damien said, if there's a vape epidemic, they're not going to switch over to a hookah. They're not going to be able to get their hands on a hookah. They're not going to be able to hide a hookah. The hookah is probably as tall as a teenager. So Councilmember Damien did bring up a good point. That is higher in cost. And that's more of, to me, in my opinion, that's more of an adult-driven industry. I do believe it does kind of have that cultural perception to it. In my opinion, it has nothing to do with the vape epidemic, which is what we're focusing on right now.
So, Robert, I don't know what you know on the legal part of this. So if we were to remove the hookah from, I don't even know how to pronounce it, from this ordinance, is that something that can go against us because now we're going into a cultural?
No, I don't think you would have a problem in terms of, any kind of discriminatory intent or anything like that, if that's what you're asking, if you were to exclude that. So I don't think that would be a legal problem at all. The only thing I would say is, if we are going to take hookah out, we can do it one of two ways. We can do it right now based on an oral amendment, okay? But the cleanest way to do it would be to allow me to go back and change the ordinance and actually bring it back on the October 20th. And since you don't want it to go into effect until at least January or maybe even later of this year, then there'd be no problem in doing that, in just changing it, bringing it back to the October 20 meeting. But no, you wouldn't have any legal problems by doing it.
Okay, and then another thing about getting tobacco inventory. I have family members that own a liquor store, and of course they sell tobacco products. And let me tell you, that tobacco product goes fast. So they don't need 3-4 months to get rid of the inventory, because that is one of the top selling products. It even sells more than alcohol. And I know for a fact. So I don't think they need that much time to get rid of their product, because it's very, very fast moving. So I think January 1, it's more than enough time to get rid of their inventory. If we extend it to March, it actually gives them the opportunity to continue purchasing more product, to continue selling it to our youth. So I don't believe more time is needed, because they have plenty of time to get rid of that inventory. When it comes to removing that hookah from this ordinance, again, I'm not familiar with it. I don't have a problem with it. If you say how expensive is it for people to
Mr. Mayor,
purchase?
if I may, it ranges in prices, but you cannot just buy the can of hookah. So you need to buy the can of flavored hookah and buy a hookah itself. So this isn't something that you would, like I said, you're not going to see a teenager go out and do this. This is really, to me, it's more of an adult usage. I've never seen teens say, let's go smoke hookah.
If I may, I could put some context to that.
Okay.
So, I don't think that it's necessary. Like Councilmember Medina mentioned, we are reducing a big part of revenue, which, is understandable because it's for a good cause. But, this is to regulate the reach of young adults, right? We don't want to jump into the idea that we can start regulating what grown adults can do with their life. So that's another point of view for me.
And I understand that, but it's still, the way I see it, it's still tobacco. It's still inviting to these teens. I kind of have mixed feelings about that. Tobacco is tobacco, and it's going to be sold. And maybe it's like alcohol. They go to an adult and say, hey, buy something for me at the liquor store. They do that for alcohol, as you know. So it would still be available for them, because there's still some adults out there that really don't care and will do these type of transactions for our youth, unfortunately. So I don't know about
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
removing it.
Sure. Well, if you catch a 18-year-old walking around with a giant hookah, you let me know. But yeah, Councilmember Hernandez.
Yeah, well, again, it's not the giant hookahs, they're also e-hookahs. And in fact, we have some folks here that are experts, or that could provide a little bit more context. If we could ask them to kind of come up here, if you wouldn't mind. Christina, if you mind, or both of you, just to provide some clarity in and around this hookah issue.
And so looking at Google.
And if you can provide us just the numbers here in regards to the usage and why it's important to, try to remove this in the ordinance.
There you go. Council member, so obviously there are e-hookah devices, electronic hookah devices, which are portable. Kids can actually take them with themselves, put it inside backpacks. Obviously, I think what the association is talking about is the traditional that you find in the lounges.
Yeah.
We all know that, you really can't mix any type of smoke or smoking along with having beverages or food just because it's illegal under state law, right? But it still happens. But there are these e-hookah devices that are portable.
Yeah.
So, but specific numbers that you were referring to, if you could just restate your question again.
Yeah, if you could tell us what's the percentage of young adults that are using hookah lounges or these e-hookahs, and more importantly, if you could recall the first-time users that start with hookahs and move then onto other type of devices.
Yeah, absolutely. So before I start with the with the numbers, obviously is just one of the things that we have to remember about flavor shisha. This is the item that contains tobacco, goes inside a device, any device, right? Is that this is pretty much what hooks kids. And one of the things that we're seeing that has grown immensely in popularity is the use of flavor shisha. Why? Because it comes in different flavors, right? Tobacco products, flavored tobacco product. There's over 15,000 of them in the market. So it's been garnering a lot of support, especially around the college age and the younger age, just because of the popularism around it. But we are seeing that over what is it, over 6%? Over 6% of youth are using it. That's a number that has been increasing year after year. And I think the reality is that we just don't want to see a product, especially flavor shisha or any flavored tobacco product in the city of Baldwin Park, just because you all know, Baldwin Park being majority Latino, it is the Latino kids have a tendency of going towards flavor shisha.
So can you just clarify the difference between an e-hookah and a hookah? Because it seems to me that an e-hookah is the size of a vape. So it's not comparable to an actual hookah.
Right, correct. So, I don't have any, obviously I don't have any devices on me and stuff, right? But it's, it is, so the e-hookah pens, it's not like a pen itself, like this size. It's a small little device, but you actually put flavor shisha in there. Right. And at the end of the day, it's not the size of the device. It's whether kids can actually obtain the flavor shisha, the actual product, right? The tobacco. So I know there's it's sort of like a confusing aspect of it when people say, oh, they're smoking hookah, right? Well, yeah, obviously, if you're talking about the traditional devices, the big, huge devices, correct. It is true. Like nobody's going to be able to carry one of those devices around. But there are other ways of smoking flavor shisha.
Thank you. So
I just want to add another something that we learned in the process was we actually worked with Public Health Law Center, and they actually did a study of what is the most growing demographic in terms of hookah, whether it's shisha or traditional hookah, and it's actually Latinos. That's something that surprising to our team, but also very just very telling to what youth are consuming now. They're trying everything. So we do know that the cultural argument is really not based in any science or data, but it's actually something that's been used by the industry. It's been perpetuated and it's not actually accurate. So we just wanted to share that. And also distinction is shisha versus kind of, hookah you can find in a traditional vaping lounge, traditional hookah lounge, whereas Baldwin Park does not have any of those hookah lounges.
Okay. So then I think we should have a bigger discussion, because if we're going to ban anything smokable that has a flavor, we should be considering the original recommendation that included flavored cannabis. I think it's kind of hypocritical to ban one thing and then let, people inhale another. especially now that we just allowed a distributor in our city. So if we don't want it in our city, we shouldn't be allowing anybody to distribute it out of our city into a neighboring city. So I would like to bring this, I think we should bring it back. And
We could add it this evening, can't we?
okay, go ahead.
Flavored cannabis? Because I don't think, I mean, yeah, with
So,
no sale of.
but what
of
about, so
flavored
it's
cannabis?
not just the sale, now we're bringing it out of our city into somebody else's backyard.
No, we're talking about the sale of
No,
these
but,
products.
but we can, that's like saying, well, you can't sell tobacco here, but you can store it here. So,
Yeah, this does not have anything to do with distribution. This is the sale of any flavored tobacco.
so would you be
within
okay,
retailers.
so would you be okay with us allowing tobacco to be distributed from Baldwin Park to El Monte?
Mayor, the city of El Monte does not allow any
Okay.
flavored
Let
products.
me clarify, would you be okay with me allowing people to distribute tobacco from here to a city that does allow it?
I think what we can do is in our city, we can say that we will not allow the flavored cannabis to be sold to 21 and, include it in, if that's going to put you at ease, we can include it as the menu in this ordinance. Yeah, I know. Our staff is like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. There are babies that, they need to get home to.
Don't worry, Lulu, I have a baby too, so we're on the same
But-
boat. So,
Let me make the motion then that we approve the ordinance as presented and we include flavored cannabis.
sure, so I guess we've all given our opinion. So Councilmember Damian, have you given it in any thought to this?
No, what was Council Member Garcia gonna suggest?
Motion. Yeah, my motion, because there's a concern about the flavored cannabis. So I would say my motion is to approve the ordinance as it's presented, but with the inclusion of flavored cannabis as part of the menu of items that cannot be sold. I know, but it would put the mayor at ease.
So, no, but so we also had that discussion where people can sell into the city, so we would have to start working on that as well.
No, that's separate. That's completely separate.
No, that's related to this. It's not part of this.
It
but
might
it's
be
to.
related, but
Okay.
it's not what it's.
I
not
know,
the
but I'm just
topic
letting you
at-
know.
In front of us.
I know, that's okay. I'm just letting you know. So personally, I just hold this over because I don't want to read the recommendations again. So somebody else can make the motion.
I think Councilmember Garcia was making the
Okay,
motion.
is there a second?
Well, can I ask Councilmember Garcia to once again state her motion? So Councilmember.
Yes, go ahead.
Damian and everyone else.
Please state your motion. And then after that, go ahead and second. City Clerk, do the roll call
Okay,
after
so
that.
my motion is to adopt the ordinance as it's presented to us. So that includes hookah, but include the flavored cannabis as an additional item in the language, so that it's part of the menu of items that cannot be sold to 21 and or what is it? In the age range.
I don't think there's,
21 and under?
I don't think it's an age range. Doesn't this apply to everyone in general?
Yes.
Prohibiting the sale, no matter who, what age.
Could you potentially do an age range instead of a prohibition?
I don't know about that.
I don't,
I think Councilmember Damian has a comment.
I don't know if we should mix the cannabis with this. It's a whole different conversation with the cannabis.
So it was actually part of the first recommendation. So if you look back to the records from LAC USC, the original ordinance that we adopted, that we were going to adopt, specified all of these items, but we took some of them out. So so it actually was originally part of this discussion.
So why don't,
Okay, I was just trying to address some of the mayor's concerns, but let me rescind that and then just make the motion to approve this as presented. That's my
Second.
motion.
City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila, Councilmember Damian,
what was, I have a substitute motion?
So you're gonna have to vote this one down if you have a substitute motion at this point.
Once the vote starts,
you need to vote.
So
You can
Yes,
introduce,
What? He needs to strike it down. Okay, go ahead and strike it down.
Did he
Councilman.
vote?
Are you asking for clarification?
No,
We're going to make a substitute motion.
Well, you have to vote it down.
Yeah, so Councilmember Damian, once the voting starts, the voting has to finish. So you can't make a substitute motion at this time. You would have to vote and then you can make another motion when you're finished.
Vote it down, council member, and we'll be happy to hear your motion.
No.
And so what's your substitute motion,
My
Councilmember Damian?
My substitute motion would be going back to what Councilmember Garcia suggested, which was passing the ordinance as is, including the flavored cannabis.
Okay, and do we need to include the date?
With the activation of the ordinance becoming, say, March of 2022? Councilmember Damian, is that correct?
Or January?
We don't need that much time, honestly.
January?
I'm okay with the January 1st, 2022 deadline.
Okay, so the effective date would be January 1st, 2022, according to your motion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Second.
City Clerk, roll call.
Thank
Can
you.
you say it again without pauses, please? Councilmember Damian, can you do your motion? again?
Yes, so my motion is pass the ordinance as is with the inclusion of not allowing flavored cannabis and the effective date to be January 1st of 2022.
Okay,
And I already second that.
okay,
Okay, City Clerk, roll call.
thank you. Councilmember Damian,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Estrada,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
okay. And Councilmember, did I get it? Garcia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just really quick. So we're not allowing any flavored tobacco, period. Cannabis, tobacco.
That's what it looks like.
Right.
All right.
Robert, just for clarification for our audience that's paying attention still at this time, that's still up. What's the next steps? Just again, because we do have some youth that do pay attention to this.
So we did actually pass this as a first reading by including through an oral motion, cannabis, flavored cannabis. And so I will go back and put that into the ordinance that we have, and that will come back for your second reading at your next meeting.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, for the record, the entire title of the ordinance is ordinance number 1463, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Baldwin Park, California, retail sales of tobacco products, amending section 125.020, requirements and prohibitions of chapter 25 of the City of Baldwin Park Municipal Code to prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that amendment, with his amendment.
We are down to our last staff report, and that is the approval of logo and selection of name for Baldwin Park Tiny Home Village. Everybody should have 2 pages in front of them. I've kind of taken the liberty of going on this, and so I'm just going to throw out my recommendation. I'd like to have the red heart, the green bridge. I'd like to get rid of City of Baldwin Park on the left corner, already on the logo, and I'd like the name Esperanza, but maybe we can get rid of the tiny homes community and name it Esperanza Villa or Esperanza Village. Does anybody else have any recommendations?
I like the Esperanza Village. I do like the red heart. I don't know how the green and the red's gonna look
Check it out.
together. Oh.
I molded it,
good.
don't worry.
Okay, that's very clever.
Yeah, so I
Yeah, that looks
I
good.
did a little origami. This is what it will look like. So
Stand up.
blue heart, red heart.
And, yeah, I don't like the tiny homes title.
Yeah, so maybe villa or village.
Sevilla Village.
That's nice, right?
And then the City of Baldwin
Yeah.
Park logo is already there, so we don't need that other city.
Okay, so anybody?
Are you good
Great.
with that?
So Maria, you have, I'll give this to you, please. You guys say villa or village?
Villa.
Villa, I like that. Okay, moving on to our,
We need a vote.
Or Villa Esperanza.
What do we decide?
so we are at direction.
You guys decide on?
Oh, okay, so I'll make a motion to adapt the recommended logo. Can I get a second?
Second.
City clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Estrada,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Avila,
Yes.
Councilmember Damian,
What was the name that we selected?
Esperanza Villa.
Villa.
Esperanza Villa? Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes, that's fine.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes. What color did we decide?
Red with.
Red and green.
Good choice, guys.
Right here, look.
Looks better than the blue. So, okay, so we are at direction. So my first direction is requesting and discussion and direction to formulate a strategic citywide water conservation plan to address drought concerns and improve water efficiency. So as of currently, we are engaged with our water districts, but I would want to make sure that we can potentially work with our school districts as well, as they have a lot of greenery and a lot of toilet usage. So we potentially have a partnership to expand there. We just spoke on the drought and water reductions, and if any of you have been paying attention, we've kind of failed on our effort as a Southern California. In July, we didn't conserve any water. So this would, I think, help us reduce our usage of water without forcing people to change their habits.
District. They tend to still turn on the sprinkler.
Can- may you speak on the, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem, can you speak on the, thank you.
They need to have automatic on rainy days for them not to go off because they still go off.
Yes, okay. And then we have our bus rides. I'd like to see the potential of making our public transportation completely free for our residents so that the route is come and go. And then I believe that we had an issue with one of our dial rides where a resident reached out and told me that he had asked the driver to turn off the air, but the driver said that if they were to turn off the air, the bus would stall. So speaking to Sam, he has mentioned that these are already way beyond their lifetime and usage.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct. They are well beyond their useful life.
Great. And I think one of the opportunities we have here is to start electrifying our dial-a-ride fleet. And I'd like to direct Sam to look into that. And then I know that we've been talking about money. And so one of the issues that we've come across is that a majority of our money is in a loan to Rome. And I think it reaches double digits in the millions. So I would like a full-on staff report on the Rome project, phase 1, to better understand how much money was given to them, at what rate, and how do we plan to know when this money is coming back, and how are we auditing the process to make sure that they are paying the fair share and making sure that we get a report that justifies the check that we get on an annual basis. And other than that, I know that we're putting an emphasis on recreational activities. And I believe that if we partner with the school district, we have the potential to also put an emphasis on arts, which, as you know, when cities or schools are hurting, these are the first programs to go, but I think they're very beneficial. And we should be pushing for increased access for working class communities. But other than that, I believe Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor. Councilmember Damian, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, mine is the city council discussion and direction to add the Family Service Center to the preliminary ARPA list of fund facility improvements. I want to make a correction. It's not for improvements. It's for a new construction, to construct a new facility where the old Olson site was. I think that our current Family Service Center it's done its use, but I think that we need to construct something that's going to benefit more of our nonprofits for social services, immigration services, counseling, and a lot of other things. So I would like to direct staff to get started on this and allocate the proper funding for the design process.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So Councilmember, you gave direction. Staff, is that clear direction for you all? Great. So we are ready to go. So I believe we have an item that we have to hit in closed session. So at this point, we will recess into closed session and we will come back. to adjourn the
Mayor?
meeting. Yes, Councilmember?
Just really quick, so we got clear direction for staff to start the design process of this facility?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. Are we not going to discuss what that?
Nobody was paying attention when he was talking. You guys, well, the meeting's not closed. I mean, we did. Nobody said no.
Well, the direction is to bring it back.
I think, well, it was already in the preliminary. I don't know. He offered the direction. It's there. It's go back into closed session.
So what are we doing?
He's gonna bring it back, they're gonna bring it back to us. Everybody's already.
Okay, are we in close? We're not in closed session yet, are we?
Hi, Mark, we're going to go back into closed session.
Great.